Hello, everybody. Thank you, Major of Shadow. Let's do... Get that going.
This has been happening all across the country, and Donald Trump, of course, responded like any normal, sane adult would and said, no
Guten
one's
Frog.
there, it's AI.
Y'all ready for help?
That's what he would
I've
say
been
about
ready.
all of you, but
Born
I
ready.
always remind them,
Like,
you know what won't be AI?
You
Your
take
ballots won't be AI. We need to be very clear about how we talk about that, because he lost the election, and there's no doubt about that. There's no need to have fair and balanced.
Is this just
news
playing?
coverage
Is this
on
just
that,
playing his
because
hits?
there
I
is
guess.
no fair and balanced. He lost the election fair and square.
Prince Bagel, wish I had friends to do a watch party with, but
And
that's what you're doing here, buddy.
And look, my high school students know this, and my players knew this. You play hard, the other team plays hard, and after the game, if you lose, you'll walk across and shake hands and congratulate the other team. That's how it works.
I think Walz is going to cook him.
In politics, you
I mean,
take it
like,
another
you know,
step
fingers
forward.
crossed, but...
You walk across and congratulate the winner, and then you pledge to do all you can to help them succeed, because that's good for America. Now, I did teach for a while. I think I'm a pretty good teacher, and I would always give my students extra chances to learn. Sometimes you don't learn the lesson the first time. So Donald Trump did not learn the lesson the first time, but the good news is he's going to learn the lesson in November when he gets to do it.
And we have about 10 minutes. Game Geek, thank you for following.
But every once in a while, these guys do surprise me. This last weekend, Donald Trump's running mate, Senator Vance, did a really remarkable thing. He got called out by a fair and free press that are a part of our democracy and fundamental to the freedoms of this country. He got called out by that press about telling vicious, hurtful lies about immigrants.
Hi, ex-Twinkerbell.
But he did something. He did something. He told the truth. They asked him if maybe it was an
Is that
accident.
it? Can you see the shoulder dread?
No, he said.
Yeah,
I
I
admit it.
didn't know you could still
I'm
see the
willing to
shoulder
create
dread.
stories to spread fear to drum up support.
Yes,
for us.
that's the shoulder dread. Oh, sorry. Let me pop over to YouTube.
So we're in the fight.
Okay, there we go.
All gas, no brakes. Sleep when you're dead. And as the next president of the United States says, when we fight, when we fight, when we fight.
I do want to go to Springfield, and I do want to talk with folks on the ground. We also have to be honest that they've got a local law enforcement agencies that are stressed out by what's going on.
I do have a shoulder dread back
the
there.
influx of 20,000 migrants.
Okay.
Is
Yes,
it the
Minister
best
of
interest
Entertainment.
Springfield for me to show up with a 40-person strong Secret Service detail right now? Maybe not. So we're going to do what's in the best interest of the citizens of Springfield, but we're going to keep in contact. I mean, every single day.
How is the race this
we're
close?
hearing
I
from
don't think
multiple
it's
people
that
on the
close.
ground
Yeah,
in
there's a
Springfield
cacodemon right
trying
behind
to
my head.
understand what's going on and trying to help where we can, and that's what we're going to keep on doing. And certainly we're going to visit, but we're going to visit in a way that's consistent with the best
Do I play
interest
Magic?
of the
Yes, I
resident
do.
of the town. Now, let me just remind, just while we're on the topic of Springfield,
I actually
let's
have
remember
a
here,
podcast
Springfield
on
is a
Spotify.
microcosm of what Kamala Harris's open border is going to do in every town and every city.
I
in
love
this
how
country.
they're just
Now, the
showing JD
promise-
Vance spreading the
these
same
guys
fucking
actually say
lies
the
that Walz called him
promise
out
is
about.
that if we bring in
Mwah.
millions
Mwah.
and millions of illegal low-wage migrants, we are going to make America more prosperous. That's what they say.
And let me just make one final observation here, which is, look, these are the first public remarks that I have made since my running mate was nearly assassinated for the second time yesterday.
The
And President Trump, I was
episode
actually
is
sitting
it's going
at
to
home
be
in Cincinnati with my 7-year-old, and I get a phone call, and it says Donald J. Trump. So I answer it, and he says, "JD, you're not
here's
gonna believe this, but
here's
they
the
tried to do it again."
podcast, the MTG podcast I do with Bugs Matrix.
No, they didn't.
If anybody in chat is
You're joshing
interesting.
me. What's going on here, sir? And he says, "No,
And
was
yes, I
playing
have-
golf,
I have heard
and,
about the
Secret Service found
the
somebody who
bands.
was trying to shoot me."
Ugh.
And I said,
It's
"Oh,
a
my
whole.
Lord,
It's a
sir.
God.
I'm so
What a
glad
mess.
you're okay.
I mean,
Are
we're
you
actually talking
doing
about that on the
okay, or not
podcast
just
tomorrow.
physically okay, but everything's fine." He said, "Yeah, I'm doing fine." And this is just who Donald Trump is. He said, I'm a little mad because I was about to make a birdie putt on the 6th hole and they wouldn't let me finish."
Cassidy Cringe, thank you for $1.99.
The
Happy
guy's
Spooky
literally
Month.
like, this happened. I mean, he calls me right after. This is 10 minutes after, and he's pissed off that they won't let him finish his birdie putt right after they found a guy with an AK-47. But by the way, that is kind of the guy that you want to be president of the United States,
Is it?
right? Who's
Is
fazed
it?
by nothing, who's
What?
telling jokes afterwards.
Is that the guy you want?
If you tell the American people that this person is the end of democracy,
What the fuck?
if you tell the American people that this person needs to be eliminated, most
I
of them,
don't
thank
think it
God,
is.
are
I
gonna
don't think it
ignore
is.
ya, but some crazy person is going to take matters into their own hands and actually listen to the crazy rhetoric that you're putting out there. But you know the big difference between conservatives
Hey, Jade
and
Pride.
liberals
Of
is
course,
that
I try.
no one has tried to kill Kamala Harris in the last couple of months, and 2 people now have tried to kill Donald Trump in the last couple of months. I'd say that's pretty strong evidence that the left needs to tone down the rhetoric and needs
Jesus
to cut
Christ.
this crap out. Somebody's going to get hurt by it, and it's going to destroy
Oh, I didn't
this
know
country.
Cirrus had a
Northern
MTG channel.
Minnesota has some of the richest iron mine deposits
Sure, Ace of
in
Space.
the world. That iron from the northern
I am
Minnesota
seeing
iron
stuff
range
from the YouTube
fueled
chat,
the
but
steel mills
I haven't
here
in a minute,
right in the
so
Lehigh
it might do
Valley.
that thing where it like waits for a bit and then all floods in.
Together, it was our people that built the tanks that won World War II and freed the world from Nazi oppression. And I don't know if you noticed that Nazi tyranny. We got folks running as Republicans for governor that are proud to refer themselves as Nazis. Let's not pretend that there's a gradual difference between the folks that are running here, that they're running together. It's pretty obvious to us that Donald Trump and J.D. Vance do not share our values in any way.
Do I think that will be the Iran missiles hitting Israel? Almost certainly.
Elections have
I'm super
consequences.
curious
And
what
let's
Walz
not
will
forget
say.
in this,
From what I
we've
understand,
got
Walz is a lot
little over
more
6 weeks to go,
pro-Palestine
and it is
than
a
Kamala.
binary choice. It is Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. But here it is. It's all on the line. 45 days, not just for the next 4 years, but for the next 40 years.
Exploding inflation, that's on Kamala
Lauren B,
Harris.
thank you for subscribing.
Groceries you can't afford, that's on Kamala Harris. Housing that is
How?
unaffordable
She's
for
not-
young
she's the
American
vice
families,
president. What?
That is on Kamala Harris. And a wide open border, that's on Kamala Harris too. So let's say to Kamala Harris, you're fired. We're not sending you to the White House.
God.
Get out of Washington, D.C. and go back to San Francisco, because she is a San Francisco liberal at heart, and that's clearly where she ought to be. And this is a person who said she wanted to ban fracking, and now she says she supports fracking. This is a person who said that she wants a secure border, even though her policies
Thank you, Jade
open
Pride.
up the American southern border. She wants to support American energy, even though her policies, she's gone to war against American energy. You know, Kamala Harris and what she says and how she's governed are 2 totally different people. Before I do that, I want to just address the elephant in the room here, which is, of course, just a couple of days ago, my running mate, my dear friend and our next president, was nearly
dear friend.
assassinated again. 2 assassination attempts in
No,
as
he is
many
so
months,
boring.
And I think that
Like,
it's time
man.
to say to the Democrats, to the
Oof.
media, to everybody that has been attacking this man and trying to censor this man for going on 10 years, cut it out or you're going to get somebody killed.
A while back, Donald Trump said these crowds are all AI. You know what's not AI? Your votes. That's what's not AI. Across this country, I grew up in a small town in Nebraska, a town of a population of 400, working on the family farm. And I tell people this, I had 24 kids in my class, 12 were cousins. So, but you know what?
His
Not a
face looks
single one of them
uncomfortable.
went on to be a venture capitalist, I'll tell you that. Not a single one of them went off to rip people off in New York City by discriminating against rental housing and things like that. Now, I'm going to quote,
Get there
which I
at,
think
like-
is a brilliant quote by your great governor, Josh Shapiro. He often says, and I hear him say this, whenever Donald Trump's
Get
talking
their
about
ass.
America, he's shit-talking America. He does not believe in the promise of America, and he continues to put this country down.
You know, it goes to show there is a difference in leadership style. There is a guy who takes a bullet to the head and stands up and says, fight, fight,
Takes
fight.
a bullet to the head.
There is a guy who
Nothing
takes
happened. He didn't take a bullet to the head. Oh my God.
And responds to it with grace and good humor.
Bullet to the
and
head.
Then there's a woman who is terrified of the American media. Who do we think ought to be the president of the United States? Donald J. Trump. But I think in many ways this country never healed from the assassination of Robert F. Kennedy Jr. And yeah, there were a lot of people who didn't like Bobby Kennedy. There were a lot of people who loved him. But whether you're a Democrat or a Republican, if an assassin takes out a presidential candidate in the midst of this election, it is going to cause a rift and a wound in this country that will be so deep it will never heal. So we cannot let this happen. We cannot let another person take a credible shot at Donald Trump's life. It's disgraceful, and we can do more to protect him, and I think that we have to do more to protect him, not just for his sake, but for the sake of the American people and our shared project as American citizens.
No, he barely got hit in the lobe.
And look,
like barely.
You, the folks here with a little less hair and a little grayer.
Here's the Magic the Gathering podcast
this
I do with
country
Bugs.
Needs two functioning political parties at least.
Irish Stacey, thank you for 90. Thank you for 100 biddies. He's so boring when he makes love to us. Like he reminds her of her dildo, which makes less of an annoying droning voice.
To the Republican Party of our grandfathers and fathers.
Devontae, thank you for $2. Gonna love watching Vance destroy Tampon Tim.
And wouldn't abandon them. And yeah.
Are you though? Are you though?
Send our kids to school without being shot dead in the hall. The news cycle moves on within a day from what we saw yesterday down in Georgia. Kids going to school the first week of school, excited. Now we have 4 dead. So our hearts go out to the 2 students and the 2 teachers who were killed. Their families be in mourning. There's many injured in Winder, and that community will never be the same.
Now let's talk a little bit about why we need to send Kamala Harris packing, because
there's an RSS feed. So if you look up Podatog on Spotify or just on RSS.
I think it's interesting. It suggests maybe she's got something to hide, and we all know that what she's hiding from is that she is a dangerous San Francisco liberal, now pretending that she
They are
is a
so
moderate.
fucking scared of San Francisco,
How
and it is
she going
endlessly
sit in a
funny to me.
room with Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping, how is she going to sit in a room with the adversaries of America if she won't even sit down for a friendly media interview? She can't do it, and we can't trust anybody who's so afraid of her own people that she won't give an interview to actually represent those people on the world stage. Kamala Harris made it harder in this
Spoops, thank you
country
for
to build
$9.99.
homes,
Pass the
and she
hopium.
made
I need
it-
extra.
she made
I
it
got
so that
plenty
our
for you
interest
today.
rates shot through the roof. There are a lot of Democrats celebrating right now that they lowered interest rates by 0.5%. But interest rates have gone up about 6% thanks to Kamala Harris's policies. That's number one, why housing prices are so high. The second reason that housing is so high is because we let in 25 million illegal aliens to compete against Americans for scarce homes. And here's the thing, when you take the same number of houses and you bring 25 million people who shouldn't even be here and you force Americans to compete against those 25 million.
How many homes do you think he owns? Probably at least 2. At least 2. Bernice Panders, thank you for super chatting. $5 as someone who's actually been clinically dead twice and brought back again against my DNR. Hearing anyone who says he almost died makes me want to rage. I bet. Glad you're still here, though. All right, let's go. Let's see if NBC, are you coming through for us, buddy? NBC, come on, NBC. There we go. Let's lower the bit right here a little bit.
Here on NBC, but tonight's event is hosted by
Abscondish,
CBS
thank you for
News.
$2. Balls to the walls, baby. Come on now. Come on, little one.
New York, just a few blocks from here.
Yeah, and as the last debate was between the running mates, Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, there's no audience in there tonight. So each candidate is going to have 2 minutes for their answers, and then there's a rebuttal. And And the moderators have said, Lester, there will be some fact-checking, but they're really counting on the candidates to fact-check each other.
And as we noted, unlike the last debate, microphones will not be muted, but the network says they reserve the right to mute the candidates. So that'll be an interesting process as they go along.
Okay, the vice presidential debate about to be on. Let's go to CBS Network Studios, West 57th, here in the heart of Manhattan, and watch this debate.
Presidential debate.
Good evening, I'm Nora O'Donnell, and thank you for joining us for tonight's CBS News Vice Presidential Debate. We want to welcome our viewers on CBS, on other networks here in the U.S. and around the world. We have a consequential night ahead, and our focus is the issues that matter to you, the voter. Let's introduce the candidates. Minnesota's Democratic Governor Tim Walz and Ohio's Republican Senator J.D. Vance, tonight meeting for the first time.
I'm Margaret Brennan. In order to have a thoughtful and civil debate, these are the rules that both campaigns have agreed to. Questions will be directed
Ooh, that
at
pink
one
suit
candidate
color is...
who will have 2 minutes to respond.
Damn.
The other
Damn,
candidate
girl.
will be allowed 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Yeah, I don't know why
Each
it's not showing me
candidate will
anything
get
from
another
YouTube.
minute
I'm
to
sorry,
make
YouTube.
further
It's going to come
points,
through
with an
all at
additional
once
1
at some
minute
point.
each at the discretion of the moderator. The primary role of the moderators is to facilitate the debate between
It's giving
the
raspberry.
candidates,
It very
enforce
much
the
is.
rules, and provide the candidates with the opportunity to fact-check claims made by each other.
CBS News reserves the right to mute the candidates' microphones to maintain decorum. We have not shared the questions or topics with the campaigns. The stage is set. Governor, Senator, thank you for joining us. Let's get started.
Oh, they're just right there.
Tonight,
Okay.
our
It's
country
not
is
even
facing
an
several
audience.
unfolding crises. The Middle East is on the brink of war. Americans are suffering from the
On
catastrophic
the
impact
brink?
of Hurricane Helene.
On
and
the-
now a labor strike as 25,000 dock workers from Maine to
I guess they
Texas
mean
are
like the
picketing.
whole
We're
Middle
gonna begin
East,
tonight
not just
with the Middle
Israel.
East.
Margaret. Thank you, Nora.
Yeah, no, they're going to go right
Earlier
into it.
today, Iran launched its largest attack yet on Israel, but
Ask,
that attack
whoever asked that
failed
question, asked and
thanks
answered.
to joint U.S. and Israeli defensive action. President Biden has deployed more than 40,000 U.S. military personnel and assets to that region over the past year to try to prevent a regional war. Iran is weakened, but the U.S. still considers it the largest state sponsor of terrorism in the world, and it has drastically reduced the time it would take to develop a nuclear weapon. It is down now to 1 or 2 weeks' time. Governor Walz, if you were the final voice in the Situation Room, would you support or oppose a preemptive strike by Israel on Iran? You have 2 minutes.
Well, thank you, and thank you for those joining at home tonight. Let's keep in mind where this started. October 7th, Hamas terrorists massacred over 1,400 Israelis and took prisoners.
Don't fuck this up, buddy.
Iran,
Come on, you got this.
Israel's ability to be able to defend itself is absolutely fundamental. Getting its hostages back, fundamental, and ending the humanitarian crisis in Gaza.
I feel like we
But
need to...
the expansion of Israel and its proxies is an absolute fundamental necessity for the United States to have the steady leadership there. You saw it experienced today. Where,
fuck,
along
man.
with our Israeli partners and our coalition, able to stop the incoming attack. But what's fundamental here is that steady leadership is going to matter. It's clear, and the world saw it on that debate stage a few weeks ago. A nearly 80-year-old Donald Trump talking about crowd sizes is not what we need in this moment. But it's not just that. It's those that were closest to Donald Trump that understand how dangerous he is when the world is this dangerous. His chief of staff, John Kelly, said that he was the most flawed human being he'd ever met. And both of his secretaries of defense and his national security advisors said he should be nowhere near the White House. Now, the person closest to them, Donald Trump, said he's unfit for the highest office. That was Senator Vance. What we've seen out of Vice President Harris is we've seen steady leadership. We've seen a calmness that is able to draw on the coalitions to bring them together. Understanding that our allies matter. When our allies see Donald Trump turn towards Vladimir Putin, turn towards North Korea, when we start to see that type of fickleness around holding the coalitions together, we will stay committed. And as the Vice President said today we will protect our forces and our allied forces, and there will be consequences.
Governor, your time is
God
up.
damn it,
Senator
Tim.
Vance, the same question. Would you support or oppose a preemptive strike by Israel on Iran? You have 2 minutes.
So, Margaret, I want to answer the question. First of all, thanks, Governor. Thanks to CBS for hosting the debate. And thanks, most importantly, to the American people who are watching this evening and caring enough about this country to pay attention to this vice presidential debate. I want to answer the question, but I want to actually give an introduction to myself a little bit because I recognize a lot of Americans don't know who either one of us are. I was raised in a working-class family.
Oh, my God, dude.
Food assistance.
That's fucking embarrassing.
My grandmother required Social Security help to raise me.
That's fucking embarrassing, dude.
My mother struggled with addiction for a big chunk of my early life.
How can I make this about me? You asked me a question about an international incident? How can I make it about me? Bro,
Vice President with extraordinary gratitude.
That's fucking crazy.
The American dream that made it possible for me to live my dreams. And most importantly, I know that a lot of you are worried about the chaos in the world and the feeling that the American dream is unattainable. I want to try to convince you tonight over the next 90 minutes that if we get better leadership in the White House, if we get Donald Trump back in the White House, the American dream is going to be attainable once again.
God
now,
damn
to answer
it,
this
dude.
particular question, we have to remember that as much as Governor Walz just accused Donald Trump of being an agent of chaos, Donald Trump actually delivered stability in the world, and he did it by establishing effective deterrence. People were afraid of stepping out of line.
People were
Iran,
afraid
which
of him
launched
is
this
not
attack,
the.
has
I don't think is the
received
thing you
over
wanna
$100
get.
billion in unfrozen assets thanks to the Kamala Harris administration. What do they use that money for? They use it to buy weapons that they're now launching against our allies, and God forbid, potentially launching against the United States as well. Donald Trump recognized that for people to fear the United States, you needed peace through strength. They needed to recognize that if they got out of line, the United States global leadership would put stability and peace.
I love how they like to say
world.
that he
Now, you asked about a
kept everybody
preemptive
in
strike,
line
Margaret,
while
and
at the
I
same
wanna answer
time
the
didn't
question.
start
Look,
any
it is
wars.
up
So
to Israel
what
they
is
think
it?
they
Was he
need to do
super
to keep
strong
their
and everybody was
country
afraid of
safe,
him,
and we
or
should
did
support
nobody
our allies
fear him and
wherever
nobody
they
got
are
into
when they're
any
fighting the bad
conflict?
guys. I think that's the right approach to take with the Israel question.
Thank you, Senator. Governor Walz, do you care
The
to
Israel
respond to any
question,
of
by the
these
way,
allegations?
fucking
Well, look,
insane
Donald
way to
Trump
phrase
was in
it.
office. We'll sometimes hear a revisionist
PM Goliath,
history,
thank you
but
for
when Donald
following.
Trump
The
was in
Israel
office, it was
question.
Donald Trump, who we had a coalition of nations that had boxed
Javante,
Iran's
$2.
nuclear
Yes, dead
program
domain. Keep
in,
melting
the
down.
inability to
Haha,
advance
Vance
it.
W.
Donald
Vance
Trump
hadn't even
pulled
talked,
that
dude.
program and put nothing else
Like,
in its place.
yo,
So Iran
the
is
debate
closer
is
to
still
a nuclear
early.
weapon than they were before because of Donald Trump's
Mr. Oakley,
fickle
thank you for
leadership.
7 months. Also,
And when
yes, please
Iran
keep
shot
giving me
down
money,
an American
Devontae.
aircraft in international airspace,
Juniper
Donald Trump tweeted,
Apollo, thank you
because
for a
that's the
prime.
standard diplomacy of Donald Trump. And when Iranian missiles did fall near U.S. troops and they received traumatic brain injuries, Donald Trump wrote it off as headaches. Look, our allies understand that Donald Trump is fickle. He will go to whoever has the most flattery or where it makes sense to him. Steady leadership like you witnessed today, like you witnessed in April. Both Iranian attacks were repelled. Our coalition is strong, and we need the steady leadership that Kamala Harris is providing.
Senator Vance, the U.S. did have a diplomatic deal with Iran to temporarily pause parts of its nuclear program, and President Trump did exit that deal. He recently said, just 5 days ago, the U.S. must now make a diplomatic deal with Iran because the consequences are impossible. Did he make a mistake?
God, his face is so.
Well, first of all, Margaret, diplomacy is not a dirty word. But I think
do
that
his
something that
eyebrows
Governor Walz just
move?
said is quite extraordinary. You yourself just said Iran is as close.
I
to
don't
a
think his
nuclear weapon
like his
today
brow
as
seems
they have ever
cemented
been.
there.
And Governor Walz, you blame Donald Trump.
Absconders,
Who
thank you
has
for
been
another
the vice
5. Didn't
president
start
for the
wars
last
is so
3.5
meaningless in the
years? And
context
answer
of
is
modern
you're
conflict.
running
Yeah,
it, not mine.
like
Donald Trump.
that doesn't mean that
consistently
we
made
haven't
the
run
world
proxy
more
conflicts.
secure. Now, we
He
talk
still
about
fucking
what
bombed
the
random like
sequence of
generals and
events
shit.
that led us to where we are right
Still
now.
led a
And you
shit ton of
can't
drone
ignore
strikes.
October the 7th, which I appreciate.
IRCC, thank you for 100 biddies. Botox has glued his eyebrows in place. Johnny MP, thank you for 5. Love your coverage. Stream is quiet though. My stream?
Donald Trump's tweets,
oh,
but
all right, let me turn that up a little bit.
Diplomacy and peace through strength is
There you
how
go.
you bring stability back to a very broken world.
Hopefully
Donald
that
Trump
helps.
has already done it once before. Ask yourself at home, when was the last time, I'm 40 years old, when was the last time that an American president didn't have a major conflict break out? The only answer is during the 4 years that Donald Trump was president.
Gentlemen, we have a lot to get to. Nora?
Margaret, thank you. Let's turn now to Hurricane Helene. The storm could become one of the deadliest on record. More than 160 people are dead and hundreds more are missing. Scientists say climate change makes these hurricanes larger, stronger, and more deadly because of the historic rainfall. Senator Vance, according to CBS News polling, 7 in 10 Americans and more than 60% of Republicans under the age of 45 favor the U.S. taking steps to try and reduce climate change.
God damn, that's actually
Senator,
really impressive.
What responsibility would the Trump administration have to try and reduce
$2.
the
There's a little
impact
harassment
of
campaign
climate
going on
change?
with you.
I'll give you 2 minutes.
Oh, from who?
Sure. So first of all, let's start with the hurricane because it's an unbelievable, unspeakable human tragedy. I just saw today actually a photograph of 2 grandparents on a roof with a 6-year-old child, and it was the last photograph ever taken of them because the roof collapsed and those innocent people lost their lives. And I'm sure Governor Walz joins me in saying our hearts go out to those innocent people, our prayers go out to them, and we want as robust and aggressive as a federal response as we can get to save as many lives as possible, and then of course afterwards to help the people in those communities rebuild. I mean, these are communities that I love. Some of them I know very personally in Appalachia, all across the Southeast. They need their government to do their job, and I commit that when Donald Trump is president again, the government will put the citizens of this country first when they suffer from a disaster. Now, Nora, you asked about climate change. I think this is a very important issue. Look, a lot of people are justifiably worried about all these crazy weather patterns. I think it's important for us, first of all, to say Donald Trump and I support clean air, clean water. We want the environment to be cleaner and safer. But one of the things that I've noticed some of our Democratic friends talking a lot about is a concern about carbon emissions, this idea that carbon emissions drives all of the climate change. Well, let's just say that's true, just for the sake of argument, so we're not arguing about weird science. Let's just say that's true. Well, if you believe that, what would you want to do? The answer is that you'd want to reshore as much American manufacturing as possible, and you'd want to produce as much energy as possible in the United States of America because we're the cleanest economy in the entire world. What have Kamala Harris's policies actually led to? More energy production in China,
she hasn't
more
been the
manufacturing overseas, more doing business in some of the dirtiest parts of the entire world. And when I say that, I mean the amount of carbon emissions they're doing per unit of economic output. So if we actually care about getting cleaner air and cleaner water, the best thing to do is to double down and invest in American workers and the American people. And unfortunately, Kamala Harris has done exactly the opposite.
That's not answering the question
Governor
of
Walz,
climate
you
change,
have 2 minutes to respond.
Well, we got close to an agreement because all those things are happening. Look, first of all, it is a horrific tragedy
leaving the Paris Climate Accord
with this hurricane. And my heart goes out to the folks that are down there in contact with the governors. I serve as co-chair of the Council of Governors as we work together on these emergency managements. Governors know no partisanship. They work together to all of the governors and the emergency responders are on the ground. Those happen on the front end. The federal government comes in, makes sure they're there to that we recover, but we're still in that phase where we need to make sure that they're staying there, staying focused. Now, look, coming back to the climate change issue, there's no doubt this thing roared onto the scene faster and stronger than anything we've seen. Senator Vance has said that there's a climate problem in the past. Donald Trump called it a hoax and then joked that these things would make more beachfront property to be able to invest in. What we've seen out of the Harris administration now, the Biden-Harris administration, is we've seen this investment. We've seen massive investments, the biggest in global history that we've seen in the Inflation Reduction Act, has created jobs all across the country. 2,000 in Jeffersonville, Ohio, taking the EV technology that we invented and making it here. 200,000 jobs across the country. The largest solar manufacturing plant in North America sits in Minnesota. But my farmers know climate change is real. They've seen 500-year droughts, 500-year floods back to back. But what they're doing is adapting, and this has allowed them to tell me, look, I harvest corn, I harvest soybean, and I harvest wind. We are producing more natural gas and more oil at any time than we ever have. We're also producing more clean energy. So the solution for us is to continue to move forward, that climate change is real. Reducing our impact is absolutely critical, but this is not a false choice. You can do that at the same time you're creating the jobs that we're seeing all across the country. That's exactly what this administration has done. We are seeing us becoming an energy superpower for the future, not just the current. And that's what absolutely makes sense. And then we start thinking about how do we mitigate these disasters.
Thank you. Senator, I want to give you an opportunity to respond there. The governor mentioned that President Trump has called climate change a hoax. Do you agree?
Well, look, what the president has said is that if the Democrats, in particular Kamala Harris and her leadership, if they really believe that climate change is serious, what they would be doing is more manufacturing and more energy production in the United States of America, and that's not what they're doing.
Literally just
so clearly,
him completely
Kamala Harris
laying the blame for everything in America
on this.
at the feet of Kamala. Like,
she
what
would
are you
actually
doing,
agree with
dude?
Donald Trump's energy policies. Now, something
Energy
Governor Walz said, I think is
His
important
energy
to touch upon,
policies
because
are
when we
stripping
talk about
regulations
clean
and letting
energy,
oil
I
and
think that's
gas
a
companies do
slogan
whatever
that
the fuck
often
they
the
want. That's his
Democrats
energy
will use here.
policy.
And I'm talking, of course, about the
Look at the
Democratic
amount, the
leadership.
sheer amount
And the
of
real
regulations
issue
Trump
is that
rolled
if
back in
you're
his first
spending
term.
hundreds of millions or even billions of dollars of American taxpayer money on solar panels that are made in China, number one, you're going to make the economy dirtier. We should be making more of those solar panels here in the United States of America. Some of them are, Tim, but a lot of them are being made overseas in China, especially the components that go into those solar panels. So if you really want to make the environment cleaner, you've got to invest in more energy production. We haven't built a nuclear facility, I think, one in the past 40 years. Natural gas, we got to invest more in it. Kamala Harris has done the opposite. That's raised energy prices and also meant that we're doing
Senator,
worse by the climate.
your time is up. Governor, would you like to respond?
Well, look, we're producing more natural gas than we ever have. There's no moratorium on that. We're producing more oil. But the folks know, and like I said again, these are not liberal folks. These are not folks that are Green New Deal folks. These are farmers that have been drought one year, massive flooding the next year. They understand that it makes sense. Look, our #1 export cannot be topsoil from erosion from these massive storms. We saw it in Minnesota this summer. And thinking about how do we respond to that, we're thinking ahead on this. And what Kamala Harris has been able to do in Minnesota, we're starting to weatherproof some of these things. The infrastructure law that was passed allows us to think about mitigation in the future. How do we make sure that we're protecting by burying our power lines? How do we make sure that we're protecting lakefronts and things that we're seeing more and more of? But to call it a hoax and to take the oil company executives to Mar-a-Lago, say, give me money for my campaign and I'll let you do whatever you want. We can be smarter about that, and an all-above energy policy is exactly what she's doing, creating those jobs right here.
Governor, your time is up. The overwhelming consensus among scientists is that the Earth's climate is warming at an unprecedented rate. Margaret?
Thank you, Nora. We're going to turn now to immigration. The crisis at the U.S.-Mexico border consistently ranks as one of the top issues for American voters. Senator Vance, your campaign is pledging to carry out the largest mass deportation plan in American history and to use the U.S. military to do so. Could you be more specific about exactly how this will work? For example, would you deport parents who have entered the U.S. illegally and separate them from any of their children who were born on U.S. soil? You have 2 minutes.
So first of all, Margaret, before we talk about deportations, we have to stop the bleeding. We have a historic immigration crisis because Kamala Harris started and said that she wanted to undo all of Donald Trump's border policies. 94 executive orders suspending deportations, decriminalizing illegal aliens, massively increasing the asylum fraud that exists in our system. That has opened the floodgates. And what it's meant is that a lot of fentanyl is coming into our country. I had a mother who struggled with opioid addiction and has gotten clean. I don't want people who are struggling with addiction to be deprived of their second chance because Kamala Harris let in fentanyl into our communities at record levels. So you've got to stop the bleeding. You've got to re-implement Donald Trump's border policies, build the wall,
they weren't successful the first time. The
and
wall was never
to your
finished.
Point, Margaret, about what do we actually do? So we've got 25 million illegal aliens who are here in the country. 25. What do we do with them? I think the first thing that we do is we start with the criminal migrants. About 1 million of those people have committed some form of crime in addition to crossing the border illegally. I think you start with deportations on those folks. And then I think you make it harder for illegal aliens to undercut the wages of American workers. A lot of people will go home if they can't work for less than minimum wage in our own country. And by the way, that'll be really good for our workers who just want to earn a fair wage for doing a good day's work. And the final point, Margaret, is you asked about family separation. Right now in this country, Margaret, we have 320,000 children that the Department of Homeland Security has effectively lost. Some of them have been sex trafficked. Some of them hopefully are at homes with their families. Some of them have been used as drug trafficking mules. The real family separation policy in this country is unfortunately Kamala Harris's wide open southern border. And I'd ask my fellow Americans to remember when she came into office, she said she was going to do this.
Hey, JD, you know what? If you've lost track of them, how do you know they've been used as drug mules?
For all of us.
How do you know they fit
Governor,
exactly into your QAnon
do you care to
conspiracy
respond
theories
to any of those
if you've
specific
lost track of them?
allegations, including that the vice president
Fucking
is,
moron.
quote, letting in fentanyl and using kids as drug mules, among other things regarding children?
The drug mule is not true, but I will say about this, about the fentanyl, because this is a crisis of this, the opioid crisis. And the good news on this is the last 12 months saw the largest decrease in opioid deaths in our nation's history. 30% decrease in Ohio, but there's still more work to do. But let's go back to this on immigration. Kamala Harris was the Attorney General of the largest state and a border state in California. She's the only person in this race who prosecuted transnational gangs for human trafficking and drug interventions. But look, we all want to solve this. Most of us want to solve this. And that is the United States Congress. That's the Border Patrol agents. That's the Chamber of Commerce. That's most Americans out here. That's why we had the fairest and the toughest bill on immigration that this nation's seen. It was crafted by a conservative senator from Oklahoma, James Lankford. I know him. He's super conservative, but he's a man of principle, wants to get it done. Democrats and Republicans worked on this piece of legislation.
He is good at redirecting
Border
to the
Patrol
actual
said, this is what we need in here. These are the experts. And the Chamber of Commerce and the Wall Street Journal said, pass this thing. Kamala Harris helped get there. 1,500 new border agents, detection for drugs, DOJ money to speed up the adjudications on this, just what America wants. But as soon as I was getting ready to pass and actually tackle this, Donald Trump said no, told them to vote against it because it gives him a campaign issue. It gives him what would Donald Trump talk about if we actually did some of these things? And they need to be done by the legislature. You can't just do this through the executive branch. So look, we have the options to do this. Donald Trump had 4 years. He had 4 years to do this, and he promised you, America, how easy it would be. I'll build you a big, beautiful wall, and Mexico will pay for it. Less than 2% of that wall got built, and Mexico didn't pay a dime. But here we are again, 9 years after he came down that escalator, dehumanizing people and telling them what he was going to do. As far as the deportation plan, at one point, Senator Vance said it was so unworkable to be laughable. So that's where we're at. Pass the bill, she'll sign it.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, the question was, will you separate parents from their children, even if their kids are U.S. citizens? You have 1 minute.
Margaret, my point is that we already have massive child separations thanks to Kamala Harris's open border. And I didn't accuse Kamala Harris of inviting drug mules. I said that she enabled the Mexican drug cartels to operate freely in this country. And we know that they use children as drug mules. And it is a disgrace, and it has to stop. Look, I think what Tim said just doesn't pass the smell test. For 3 years, Kamala Harris went out bragging that she was going to undo Donald Trump's border policy. She did exactly that. We had a record number of illegal crossings. We had a record number of fentanyl coming into our country. And now that she's running for president, or a few months before, she says that somehow she got religion and cared a lot about a piece of legislation. The only thing that she did when she became the vice president, when she became the appointed border czar, was to undo 94 Donald Trump executive actions that opened the border. This problem is leading to massive problems in the United States of America. Parents who can't afford health care, schools that are overwhelmed. It's got to stop, and it will when Donald Trump is president.
Johnny, thank you for $10. You can't call Trump Hitler. Meanwhile, Trump, they're eating the pets. They're poisoning the blood of our country. We need to get them out of here. We need a really violent day.
Americans, more than 50% support mass deportations.
Look, we fix this issue with a bill that is necessary, but the issue on this is what happens when you don't want to solve it. You demonize it. And we saw this, and Senator Vance, and it surprises me on this.
Problems need to stop being the problem.
Talking about and saying, I will create stories to bring attention to this. That vilified a large number of people who were here legally in the community of Springfield. The Republican governor said, it's not true, don't do it. There's consequences for this. There's consequences. We could come together. Senator Lankford did it. We could come together and solve this if we didn't let Donald Trump continue to make it an issue. And the consequences in Springfield were the governor had to send state law enforcement to escort kindergartners to school. I believe Senator Vance wants to solve this, but by standing with Donald Trump and not working together to find a solution, it becomes a talking point. And when it becomes a talking point like this, we dehumanize and villainize other human beings.
Tim,
Governor, your time is up. Senator, I'll give you 1 minute, but let me just ask you the question first. The governor has made the point, and I think as a sitting lawmaker, you know that Congress controls the purse strings and any funding. So you have said repeatedly that Donald Trump would through executive action, solve this? Do you disagree that Congress controls the purse strings and would need to support many of the changes that you would actually want to implement? You have 1 minute.
Look, Margaret, first of all, the gross majority of what we need to do at the southern border is just empowering law enforcement to do their job. I've been to the southern border more than our borders are.
We just need to completely militarize
and it's actually heartbreaking because the Border Patrol agents, they just want to be empowered to do their job. Of course, additional resources would help.
Of course, they just want to do their job because you want to
this is about the president and the vice president empowering our law enforcement to say, if you try to come across the border illegally, you've got to stay in Mexico. You've got to go back through proper channels.
And their job is just
Governor
like
Walz brought up the community of Springfield, and he's very worried about the things that I've said in Springfield. Look, in Springfield, Ohio, and in communities all across this country, you've got schools that are overwhelmed. You've got hospitals that are overwhelmed. You have got housing that is totally unaffordable because we brought in millions of illegal immigrants to compete with Americans for scarce homes. The people that I'm most worried about in Springfield, Ohio,
it's not because,
are the American citizens who have had their lives destroyed by Kamala Harris's open border. It is a disgrace, Tim. And I actually think, I agree with you. I think you want to solve this problem, but I don't think that Kamala Harris does.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, you have 1 minute to respond.
He didn't even fucking acknowledge the bullshit he made up.
It is law enforcement that asked for the bill. They helped craft it. They're the ones that supported it. That's because they know we need to do this. Look, this issue of continuing to bring this up, of not dealing with it, of blaming migrants for everything. On housing, we could talk a little bit about Wall Street speculators buying up housing and making them less affordable.
Let's fucking go.
Tim. Look, this bill also gives the money necessary to adjudicate. I agree. It should not take 7 years for an asylum claim to be done. This bill gets it done in 90 days. Then you start to make a difference in this, and you start to adhere to what we know, American principles. Look, I don't talk about my faith a lot, but Matthew 25:40 talks about, to the least amongst us,
this
you do unto me.
Really well
I think that's true of most Americans.
RCC, thank you. Another charge to add to the list is that Trump and Vance are now getting sued.
It's funded, it's supported by the people who do it, and it lets us keep our dignity about how we treat other people.
Thank you, Governor. And just to clarify for our viewers, Springfield, Ohio does have a large number of Haitian migrants who have legal
Vance
status,
is going to try and quote the Bible back?
Protected status.
Well, Margaret, but
thank you, Senator. We have
he just got shown up on his own turf. The conservative is supposed to know the Bible.
Margaret, the rules were that you guys weren't going to fact check, and since you're fact checking me,
I think
it's important to say what's actually going on. So there's an application called the CBP One app, where you can go on as an illegal migrant,
shut him down, cut him off,
or apply for parole and be granted legal status at the wave of a Kamala Harris open border wand. That is not a person coming in, applying for a green card and waiting for 10 years. That is the facilitation of illegal immigration, Margaret, by our own leadership.
Thank you, Senator, for describing the legal process. We have so much to get to, Senator.
Those laws have been on the books since 1990.
Thank you, gentlemen.
The CBP One app has not been on the books since 1990. It's something that Kamala Harris created, Margaret.
Gentlemen,
it kicked to the other mic.
Can't hear you
it kicked to the studio mic.
We have so much we want to get to. Thank you for explaining the legal process.
JD, you're so fucking embarrassing, bro.
Margaret. The economy is a top concern for voters. Each of your campaigns has released an economic plan, so let's talk about the specifics. Governor Walz, Vice President Harris unveiled a plan that includes billions in tax credits for manufacturing, housing, and a renewed child tax credit.
98,
the Wharton School says your proposals will increase the nation's deficit by $1.2 trillion. How
everybody's
going to
be like,
they're
obviously
the
so
Governor, I'll give you 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. And Kamala Harris and I do believe in the middle class because that's where we come from. We both grew up in that. We understand. So those of you out there listening tonight, you're hearing a lot of stuff back and forth, and it's good. It's healthy. That's what this is supposed to happen. You should be listening. How's this going to impact me? The bold forward plan that Kamala Harris put out there is talking about this housing issue. The one thing is there's 3 million new houses proposed under this plan with down payment assistance on the front end to get you in a house. A house is much more than just an asset to be traded somewhere. It's foundational to where you're at. And then making sure that the things you buy every day, whether they be prescription drugs or other things, that there's fairness in that. Look, the $35 insulin is a good thing, but it costs $5 to make insulin. They were charging $800 before this law went into effect. As far as the housing goes, I've seen it in Minnesota. 12% more houses in Minneapolis, prices went down on rent 4%. It's working. And then making sure tax cuts go to the middle class. $6,000 child tax credit, we have one in Minnesota, reduces childhood poverty by 1/3. We save money in the long run, and we do the right thing for families. And then getting businesses off the ground. The law as it stands right now is $5,000 tax credit for small business, increasing that to $50,000. Now, this is a philosophical difference between us. Donald Trump made a promise, and I'll give you this. He kept it. He took folks to Mar-a-Lago, said, you're rich as hell, I'm going to give you a tax cut. He gave the tax cuts that predominantly went to the top class. What happened there was an $8 trillion increase in the national debt, the largest ever. Now he's proposing a 20% consumption or sales tax on everything we bring in. Everyone agrees, including businesses, it would be destabilizing it, it would increase inflation and potentially lead to a recession. Look, this is simple for you. Where are we going? Kamala Harris has said to do the things she wants to do, we'll just ask the wealthiest to pay their fair share. When you do that, our system works best, more people are participating in it, and folks have the things that they need.
Senator, I want to give you a moment to respond on that. But similarly, the Wharton School has done an analysis of the Trump plan and says it would increase the nation's deficit by $5.8 trillion. My question is the same for you. How do you pay for all that without ballooning the deficit? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, you're going to hear a lot from Tim Walz this evening, and you just heard it in the answer.
Please bring up Argentina,
what Kamala Harris proposes to do, and some of it, I'll be honest with you, it even sounds pretty good. Here's what you won't hear, is that Kamala Harris has already done it. Because she's been the vice president for 3.5 years, she had the opportunity to enact all of these great policies, and what she's actually done instead is drive the cost of food higher by 25%, drive the cost of housing higher by about 60%. Open the American southern border and make middle-class life unaffordable for a large number of Americans. If Kamala Harris has such great plans for how to address middle-class problems, then she ought to do them now. Not when asking for a promotion, but in the job the American people gave her 3.5 years ago. And the fact that she isn't tells you a lot about how much you can trust her actual plans. Now, Donald Trump's economic plan is not just a plan, but it's also a record. A lot of those same economists attack Donald Trump's plan, and they have PhDs, but they don't have common sense and they don't have wisdom, because Donald Trump's economic policies delivered the highest.
They have doctorates, but they don't know
shit. In this country, 1.5% inflation, and to boot, peace and security all over the world. So when people say that Donald Trump's economic plan doesn't make sense, I say look at the record. He delivered rising take-home pay for American workers. Now, Tim admirably admits that they want to undo the Trump tax cuts, but if you look at what was so different about Donald Trump's tax cuts, even from previous Republican tax cut plans, is that a lot of those resources went to giving more take-home pay to middle-class and working-class Americans. It was passed in 2017, and you saw an American economic boom unlike we've seen in a generation in this country. That is a record that I'm proud to run on, and we're going to get back to that common sense wisdom so that you can afford to live the American dream again. I know a lot of you are struggling. I know a lot of you are worried about paying the bills. It's going to stop when Donald Trump brings back common sense to this country.
Governor, do you want to respond to that? What has Kamala Harris done for the middle class?
Yeah, well, Kamala Harris's day one was Donald Trump's failure on COVID that led to the collapse of our economy. We were already before COVID in a manufacturing recession, but 10 million people out of work, largest percentage since the Great Depression. 9 million jobs closed on that. That was day one, whether it was the Infrastructure Act or other things we moved. Now, you made a question about experts, said this. I've made a note of this. Economists can't be trusted. Science can't be trusted. National security folks can't be trusted. Look, if you're going to be president, you don't have all the answers. Donald Trump believes he does. My pro tip of the day is this. If you need heart surgery, listen to the people at the Mayo Clinic in Rochester, Minnesota, not Donald Trump.
His ass.
And the same thing goes with this. And I ask you out there, teachers, nurses, truck drivers, or whatever, how is it fair that you're paying your taxes every year and Donald Trump hasn't paid any federal tax in the last 15 years, and the last year as president? That's what's wrong with the system. There's a way around it, and he's bragged about that. We're just asking for fairness in it, and that's all you want.
You have a minute.
Governor, you say trust the experts. But those same experts for 40 years said that if we shipped our manufacturing base off to China, we'd get cheaper goods. They lied about that. They said if we shipped our industrial base off to other countries, to Mexico and elsewhere, it would make the middle class stronger. They were wrong about that. They were wrong about the idea that if we made America less self-reliant, less productive in our own nation, that it would somehow make us better off, and they were wrong about it. And for the first time in a generation, Donald Trump had the wisdom and the courage to say to that bipartisan consensus, we're not doing it anymore. We're bringing American manufacturing back. We're unleashing American energy. We're going to make more of our own stuff. And this isn't just an economic issue. I mean, I've got 3 beautiful little kids at home, 7, 4, and 2, and I love them very much, and I hope they're in bed right now. But look, so many of the drugs, the pharmaceuticals that we put in the bodies of our children,
he keeps
are
trying to like insert there that
he's
he's like a normal human. He's like, I'm just like you guys. We're not going to stop it by listening to experts. Bizarre. We're going to stop it by listening to common sense wisdom, which is what Donald Trump governed on.
Senator, your time is up. Governor Walz, can you address that? I mean, voters
say
they
common
trust
sense
Donald
wisdom
Trump on the economy
was the defining feature of Trump.
If you're listening tonight and you want billionaires to get tax cuts, you heard what the numbers were. Look, I'm a union guy on this. I'm not a guy who wanted to ship things overseas, but I understand that, look, we produce soybeans and corn. We need to have fair trading partners. That's something that we believe in. I think the thing that most concerns me on this is Donald Trump was the guy who created the largest trade deficit in American history with China. So the rhetoric is good. Much of what the senator said right there, I'm in agreement with him on this. I watched it happen too. I watched it to my communities, and we talked about that. But we had people undercutting the right to collectively bargain. We had right to work states made it more difficult. We had companies that were willing to ship it over, and we saw people profit. Folks that are venture capital in some cases, putting money into companies that were overseas. We're in agreement that we bring those home. The issue is Donald Trump is talking about it. Kamala Harris has a record, 250,000 more manufacturing jobs just out of the IRA.
May I respond to that?
Yes.
So appreciate that. So if you notice, what Governor Walz just did is he said, first of all, Donald Trump has to listen to the experts. And then when he acknowledged that the experts screwed up, he said, well, Donald Trump didn't do nearly as good of a job as the statistics show that he did. So what Tim Walz is doing, and I honestly, Tim, I think you got a tough job here, because you've got to play whack-a-mole. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver rising take-home pay, which of course he did. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver lower inflation, which of course he did. And then you've simultaneously got to defend Kamala Harris's atrocious economic record, which has made gas, groceries, and housing unaffordable for American citizens. I was raised by a woman who would sometimes go into medical debt so that she could put food on the table in our household. Think about his sweat. I know what it's like to not be able to afford the things that you need to afford. We can do so much better. To all of you watching, we can get back to an America that's affordable again. We just got to get back to common sense economic principles.
I hope we have a conversation on health care then.
Senator, Governor.
Please.
Thank you. Margaret?
Let's go.
We have a lot to get to.
Let's go.
Gentlemen, on many topics, but right now I want to talk about personal qualifications.
Thank you for becoming a
the vice president is often the last voice the president hears before making consequential decisions.
I thought the rest of the sentence would be last voice the
qualities.
president hears before
Governor
bed.
Walz, you said you were in Hong Kong during the deadly Tiananmen Square protests in the spring of 1989. But Minnesota Public Radio and other media outlets are reporting that you actually didn't travel to Asia until August of that year. Can you explain that discrepancy?
Yeah, well, and to the folks out there who didn't get at the top of this, look, I grew up in small rural Nebraska, town of 400, town that you rode your bike with your buddies till the streetlights come on, and I'm proud of that service. I joined the National Guard at 17, worked on family farms, and then I used the GI Bill to become a teacher, passionate about it, a young teacher. My first year out, I got the opportunity in the summer of '89 to travel to China. 35 years ago, be able to do that. I came back home and then started a program to take young people there. We would take basketball teams, we would take baseball teams, we would take dancers, and we would go back and forth to China. The issue for that was to try and learn. Now look, my community knows who I am. They saw where I was at. Look, I will be the first to tell you, I have poured my heart into my community. I've tried to do the best I can, but I've not been perfect, and I'm a knucklehead at times, but it's always been about that. Those same people elected me to Congress for 12 years. And in Congress, I was one of the most bipartisan people, working on things like farm bills that we got done, working on veterans benefits. And then the people of Minnesota were able to elect me to governor twice. So look, my commitment has been from the beginning to make sure that I'm there for the people, to make sure that I get this right. I will say more than anything, many times I will talk a lot. I will get caught up in the rhetoric. But being there, the impact it made, the difference it made in my life, I learned a lot about China. I hear the critiques of this. I would make the case that Donald Trump should have come on one of those trips with us. I guarantee you he wouldn't be praising Xi Jinping about COVID. And I guarantee you he wouldn't start a trade war that he ends up losing. So this is about trying to understand the world. It's about trying to do the best you can for your community. And then it's putting yourself out there and letting your folks understand what it is. My commitment, whether it be through teaching, which I was good at, or whether it was being a good soldier or was being a good member of Congress, those are the things that I think are the values that people care about.
Governor, just to follow up on that, the question was, can you explain the discrepancy?
All I said on this was I got there that summer and misspoke on this. So I will just, that's what I've said. So I was in Hong Kong and China during the democracy protests went in. And from that, I learned a lot of what needed to be in governance.
Thank you, Governor.
That's a very
Senator
awkward.
Vance, in 2016, you called your running mate Donald Trump unfit for the nation's highest office, and you said he could be America's Hitler.
Oh, okay, I get what they're doing.
I know you've said, you've been asked many times, and you've said you
Okay.
regret those comments and explained you then voted for
Yeah,
Donald
that could have
Trump
been a
in
lot.
2020.
I get what he was
But the
saying,
Washington
but,
Post reported new messages last week in which you also disparaged
been a
Trump's
lot
economic
smoother.
record while he was president, writing to someone in 2020, quote, Trump thoroughly failed to deliver his economic populism.
He's just
You're
like,
now his running mate,
his face
and
is
you've
always
shifted
just
many
like-
of your policy stances to align with his. If you become vice president, why
Like
should
that's-
Americans
it's like a
trust that you
permanent
will give
squint.
Donald
Can he
Trump the
even see?
advice
Just like-
he needs to hear, and not just the advice he wants to hear? You have 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, Margaret, because I've always been open, and
Yeah,
sometimes,
also
of course,
true.
I've disagreed with the president,
Rover
but
Star,
I've also been
that's the worst they
extremely
can find
open
on
about
Walz
the
is
fact
like-
that I was wrong about Donald Trump. I was wrong, first of all, because I believed some of the media stories that turned out to be dishonest fabrications of his record, but most importantly, Donald Trump delivered for the American people. Rising wages, rising take-home pay, an economy that worked for normal Americans, a secure southern border, a lot of things, frankly, that I didn't think he'd be able to deliver on. And yeah, when you screw up, when you misspeak, when you get something wrong and you change your mind, you ought to be honest with the American people about it. It's one of the reasons, Margaret, why I've done so many interviews is because I think it's important to actually explain to the American people where I come down on the issues and what changed. Now, you pointed out the messages from 2020. Margaret, I've been extremely consistent that I think there were a lot of things that we could have done better in the Trump administration the first round if Congress was doing its job. I strongly believe, and I've been a United States Senator, that Congress is not just a high-class debating society. It's not just a forum for senators and congressmen to whine about problems. It's a forum to govern. So there were a lot of things on the border, on tariffs, for example, where I think that we could have done so much more if the Republican Congress and the Democrats in Congress had been a little bit better about how they govern the country. They were so obsessed with impeaching Donald Trump, they couldn't actually govern. And I want to talk about this tariff issue in particular, Margaret, because Tim just accused this of being a national sales tax. Look, the one thing, and you're probably surprised to hear me praising Joe Biden, but the one thing that Joe Biden did is he continued some of the Trump tariffs that protected American manufacturing jobs. And it's the one issue, the most pro-worker part of the Biden administration, it's the one issue where Kamala Harris has run away from Joe Biden's record. Think about this. If you're trying to employ slave laborers in China at $3 a day, you're going to do that and undercut the wages of American workers unless our country stands up for itself and says you're not accessing our markets unless you're paying middle-class Americans a fair wage.
Senator, your time is up. Nora?
Thank you. Now to the issue of reproductive rights. Governor Walz, after Roe versus Wade was overturned, you signed a bill into law that made Minnesota one of the least restrictive states in the nation when it comes to abortion. Former President Trump said in the last debate that you believe abortion, quote, in the 9th month is absolutely fine. Yes or no? Is that what you support? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Oh, hey, Billy, how you doing?
Says, but look, this issue is what's on everyone's mind. Donald Trump put this all into motion. He brags about how great it was that he put the judges in and overturned Roe versus Wade. 52 years of personal autonomy. And then he tells us, oh, we send it to the states. It's a beautiful thing. Amanda Zaworski would disagree with you on it's a beautiful thing. A young bride in Texas waiting for their child at 18 weeks. She has a complication, a tear in the membrane. She needs to go in. The medical care at that point needs to be decided by the doctor. And that would have been an abortion. But in Texas, that would have put them in legal jeopardy. She went home, got sepsis, nearly dies, and now she may have difficulty having children. Or in Kentucky, Hadley Duvall, a 12-year-old child raped and impregnated by her stepfather. Those are horrific. Now, when God asked about that, Senator Vance said 2 wrongs don't make a right. There is no right in this. So in Minnesota, what we did was restore Roe versus Wade. We made sure that we put women in charge of their health care. But look, this is not where, if you don't know Amanda or a Hadley, you soon will. Their Project 2025 is going to have a registry of pregnancies. It's going to make it more difficult, if not impossible, to get contraception and limit access, if not eliminate access to infertility treatments. For so many of you out there listening, me included, infertility treatments are why I have a child. That's nobody else's business, but those things are being proposed. And the catch-all on this is well, the states will decide what's right for Texas might not be right for Washington. That's not how this works. This is basic human rights. We have seen maternal mortality skyrocket in Texas, outpacing many other countries in the world. This is about health care. In Minnesota, we are ranked first in health care for a reason. We trust women, we trust doctors.
Senator, do you want to respond to the governor's claim? Will you create a federal pregnancy monitoring agency?
No, Nora, certainly we won't. And I want to talk about this issue because I know a lot of Americans care about it, and I know a lot of Americans don't agree with everything that I've ever said on this topic. And, you know, I grew up in a working class family in a neighborhood where I knew a lot of young women who had unplanned pregnancies and decided to terminate those pregnancies because they feel like they didn't have any other options. And, you know, one of them is actually very dear to me. And I know she's watching tonight, and I love you. And she told me something a couple years ago that she felt like if she hadn't had that abortion, that it would have destroyed her life because she was in an abusive relationship. And I think that what I take from that as a Republican who proudly wants to protect innocent life in this country, who proudly wants to protect the vulnerable, is that my party, we've got to do so much better of a job at earning the American people's trust back on this issue where they frankly just don't trust us. And I think that's one of the things that Donald Trump and I are endeavoring to do. I want us as a Republican Party to be pro-family in the fullest sense of the word. I want us to support fertility treatments. I want us to make it easier for moms to afford to have babies. I want it to make it easier for young families to afford a home so they can afford a place
Walz just looks like he's about to be like,
and I think there's so much that we can do on the public policy front just to give women more
I would
options.
Like to redact it, J.D.
Now, of course, Donald Trump has been very clear that on the abortion policy specifically, that we have a big country and it's diverse. And California has a different viewpoint on this than Georgia. Georgia has a different viewpoint from Arizona. And the proper way to handle this, as messy as democracy sometimes is to let voters make these decisions, let the individual states make their abortion policy. And I think that's what makes the most sense in a very big, a very diverse, and let's be honest, sometimes a very, very messy and divided country.
Governor, would you like to respond and also answer the question about restrictions?
Yeah, well, the question got asked and Donald Trump made the accusation that wasn't true about Minnesota. Well, let me tell you about this idea that there's diverse states. There's a young woman named Amber Thurman. She happened to be in Georgia, a restrictive state. Because of that, she had to travel a long distance to North Carolina to try and get her care. Amber Thurman died in that journey back and forth. The fact of the matter is, how can we as a nation say that your life and your rights, as basic as the right to control your own body, is determined on geography? There's a very real chance, had Amber Thurman lived in Minnesota, she would be alive today. That's why the restoration of Roe versus Wade. When you listen to Vice President Harris talk about this subject and you hear me talk about it, you hear us talking exactly the same.
that lady's dog is totally fine.
Trying to figure out how to get the political right of this. I agree with a lot of what Senator Vance said about what's happening. His running mate, though, does not, and that's
Actually, I don't think we ever see what happens
Governor, your
to
time
the
is
dog.
up. Senator, let me ask you about that. He mentioned, it was, I think, referring to a national ban. In the past, you have supported a federal ban on abortion after 15 weeks. In fact, you said if someone can't support legislation like that, quote, you are making the United States the most barbaric pro-abortion regime anywhere in the entire world. My question is, why have you changed your position?
Well, Nora, first of all, I never supported a national ban. I did when I was running for Senate in 2022 talk about setting some minimum national standard. For example, we have a partial birth abortion ban in place in this country at the federal level. I don't think anybody's trying to get rid of that, or at least I hope not, though I know that Democrats have taken a very radical pro-abortion stance. But Nora, you know, one of the things that changed is in the state of Ohio, we had a referendum in 2023, and the people of Ohio voted overwhelmingly, by the way, against my position. And I think that what I learned from that, Nora, is that we've got to do a better job at winning back people's trust. So many young women
then why
would love
are
to
you
have families.
on the side of
So
this if
many
you've
young
got to do
women
all this
also
winning
see an
back of
unplanned
trust,
pregnancy
dude?
as something that's going to destroy their livelihood, destroy their education, destroy their relationships. And we have got to earn people's trust back. And that's why Donald Trump and I are committed to pursuing pro-family policies, making child care more accessible, making fertility treatments more accessible, because we've got to do a better job at that. And that's what real leadership is.
Governor, your response.
Well, I'm going to respond on the pro-abortion piece of that. No, we're
Yeah,
not.
no, we need to earn back
We're
trust. But
pro-women.
we're not actually going to do anything
we're
to
pro-freedom
help women.
to make your own choice. We know what the implications are to not be that. Women having miscarriages, women not getting the care, physicians feeling like they may be prosecuted for providing that care. And as far as making sure that we're educating our children and giving them options, Minnesota's a state with one of the lowest teen
Now,
pregnancy
that's what
rates.
I call leadership.
We understand
I'm
that
fine.
too. We know that the options need to be available, and we make that true. We also make it, we're a top 3 state for the best place to raise children. But these two things, to try and say that we're pro-children, but we don't like this, or you guys are pro-abortion, that's not the case at all. We are pro-freedoms for women to make their choices, and we're going, and Kamala Harris is making the case, to make options for children more affordable, a $6,000 child tax credit, but we're not going to base that on the backs of making someone like Amber Thurman drive 600 miles to try and get health care.
Senator.
May I respond to that? First of all, Governor, I agree with you. Amber Thurman should still be alive, and there are a lot of people who should still be alive, and I certainly wish that she was. And maybe you're free to disagree with me on this and explain this to me, but as I read the Minnesota law that you signed into law, the statute that you signed into law, it says that a doctor who presides over an abortion where the baby survives, the doctor is under no obligation to provide life-saving care to a baby who survives a botched late-term abortion. That is, I think,
That's
whether
not
you're
true.
pro-choice or
That's not how the law
pro-abortion,
is.
that is fundamentally barbaric. And that's why I use that word, Nora, is because some of what we've seen, do you want to force Catholic hospitals to perform abortions against their will? Because Kamala Harris has supported suing Catholic nuns to violate their freedom of conscience. We can be a big and diverse country where we respect people's freedom of conscience and make the country more pro-baby and pro-family. But please.
Pro-baby.
Yes, Governor, please respond.
Look, this is one where there's always something there. This is a very simple proposition. These are women's decisions to
pro-baby
make
is just
about
very
their
funny.
healthcare decisions, and the physicians who know best when they need to do this. Trying to distort the way a law is written
like what
to try and
would
make a
be-
point, that's not it at all.
What was I wrong
This
about,
was-
Governor? Please tell me. What was I wrong
That is
about?
not the way the law is written. Look, I've given
But
this.
how?
I've given this advice on a lot of things, that getting involved, getting engaged, that's been misread, and it was fact-checked at the last debate. But the point on this is there's a continuation of these guys to try and tell women or to get involved. I use this line on this, just mind your own business on this. Things worked best when Roe versus Wade was in place. When we do a restoration of Roe, that works best. That doesn't preclude us from increasing funding for children. It doesn't increase us from making sure that once that child's born, like in Minnesota, they get meals, they get early childhood education, they get health care. So the hiding behind we're going to do all these other things when you're not proposing them in your budget. Kamala Harris is proposing them. She's proposing all those things to make life easier for families.
I asked a specific question, Governor. You gave me a slogan as a response.
It's not the case. It's not true. That's not what the law says. So they fact-checked it with President Trump.
Gentlemen, there's a lot to discuss. We have to move on, and we're going to be right back with much more of the CBS News vice presidential debate in just a moment.
How's everybody feeling so far? Is everybody happy and everybody chill? Boy, I tell you what. I'm never happy watching politics. Imagine doing it for a job, honey. Vance got him on the botched abortion law. I don't think you're getting what's happening here, Devon. I'll be right back. Bernice Panders, thank you for $5 providing life-saving acts for someone with no parents and who will be severely disabled for their whole life. Abortions are done way before it's a baby. Or Nate Bishop, thank you for $5. Thank you for streaming and making this entertaining for us. I'm doing my best. Dead domain is giving politics. I hate giving politics. With masters, make some odds. What the hell is it? Oh, there's... Motherfuckers. Kid. I do not like this like Muzak shit that they have. No, this is straight up like the kind of shit that they would play at hotels. It's not great. It's not great.
The vote. It's as American as apple pie. It's iconic. Got the flag up. Patriotic. The vote is as American as you. This November, step into the box and make it stick. Step into the box. Voter up.
I don't like
Get the latest updates on the 2024
cool.
election on the NBC News app.
It's giving elevator.
We are back now with tonight's vice presidential debate.
When it ends, join us for analysis. Now, back to the debate.
Welcome back to the CBS News Vice Presidential Debate. We want to turn now to America's gun violence epidemic. The leading cause of death for children and teens in America
no, exactly. Remember
is
to
by
hawk two of the
firearms.
polls.
Senator Vance,
Hazel the Mage, thank you. Glad
oppose
to have
most
you
gun
watch the debate
legislation
and
that
enjoying your
Democrats
YouTube videos.
claim
Thank you.
would curb gun violence. You oppose red flag gun laws and legislation to ban certain semi-automatic rifles, including AR-15s. So let me ask you, earlier
nothing
this
is
year,
really
for the
gonna
first
change
time,
this, and
the
this isn't
parents
as much of a
school
wash
shooter were
either way as I was
convicted of
hoping for.
involuntary manslaughter and sentenced to 10 years in prison. Do you think holding parents responsible could curb mass shootings? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, Nora, on that particular case, I don't know the full details, but I certainly trust local law enforcement and local authorities to make those decisions. I think in some cases the answer is going to be yes, and in some cases the answer is going to be no. And the details really matter here, of course. For example, if a kid steals a gun, that's going to be different than if a parent hands over a gun knowing that their kid is potentially dangerous. But look, I want to just sort of speak as a father of 3 beautiful little kids, and our oldest is now in 2nd grade. And like a lot of parents, we send our kids to school with such hope and such joy and such pride at their little faces on the first day of school. And we know, unfortunately, that a lot of kids are going to experience this terrible epidemic of gun violence. And of course, our hearts go out to the families that are affected by this terrible stuff. And we do have to do better. And I think that Governor Walz and I actually probably agree that we need to do better on this. The question is just, how do we actually do it? Now, here's something that really bothers me and worries me about this epidemic of violence. The gross majority, close to 90% in some of the statistics I've seen, of the gun violence in this country is committed with illegally obtained firearms. And while we're on that topic, we know that thanks to Kamala Harris's open border, we've seen a massive influx in the number of illegal guns run by the Mexican drug cartels. So that number, the amount of illegal guns in our country is higher today
used to try and kill Trump were legally obtained.
But what do we do about the schools?
I know the first
what do we do
one
to protect our kids?
Actually,
and I think the answer is, and I say this not loving the answer, because I don't want my kids to go to school in a school that feels unsafe or where there are visible signs of security. But I unfortunately think that we have to increase security in our schools. We have to make the doors lock better. We have to make the doors stronger. We've got to make the windows stronger. And of course, we've got to increase school resource officers, because the idea that we can magically wave a wand and take guns out of the hands of bad guys, it just doesn't fit with recent experience. So we've got to make our schools safer. And I think we've got to have some common sense bipartisan solutions for how to do that.
Governor, you have 2 minutes.
Well, I think all the parents watching tonight, this is your biggest nightmare. Look, I got a 17-year-old, and he witnessed a shooting at a community center playing volleyball. Those things don't leave you. As a member of Congress, I sat in my office surrounded by dozens of the Sandy Hook parents, and they were looking at my 7-year-old picture on the wall. Their 7-year-old were dead, and they were asking us to do something. And look, I'm a hunter. I own firearms. The vice president is. We understand that the Second Amendment is there, but our first responsibility is to our kids to figure this out. In Minnesota, we've enacted enhanced red flag laws, enhanced background checks, and we can start to get data. But here's the problem. If we really want to solve this, we've got folks that won't allow research to be even done on gun violence. And this idea that we should just live with it, and here's what I do think, that this is a good start to the conversation. I 100% believe that Senator Vance hates it when these kids, it's abhorrent and it breaks your heart. I agree with that. But that's not far enough when we know there are things that worked. I've spent time in Finland and seen some Finnish schools. They don't have this happen, even though they have a high gun ownership rate in the country. There are reasonable things that we can do to make a difference. It's not infringing on your Second Amendment. And the idea to have some of these weapons out there, it just doesn't make any sense. Kamala Harris, as an attorney general, worked on this issue. She knows that it's there. No one's trying to scaremonger and say we're taking your guns, but I ask all of you out there, do you want your schools hardened to look like a fort? Is that what we have to go? When we know there's countries around the world that their children aren't practicing these types of drills. They're being kids. We owe it to them to get a fix. These are things that shouldn't be that difficult. You can still keep your firearms, and we can make a difference. We have to. If you're listening tonight, this breaks your heart.
Senator.
Tim, first of all, I didn't know that your 17-year-old witnessed a shooting. I'm sorry about that, and I hope that he's doing okay. Christ have mercy. It is awful. And I appreciate what Tim said, actually, about Finland, because I do think it illustrates some of the frankly, weird differences between our own country's gun violence problem and Finland. Okay, first of all, we have way higher rates of mental health abuse, or mental health substance abuse. We have way higher rates of depression, way higher rates of anxiety. We unfortunately have a mental health crisis in this country that I really do think that we need to get to the root causes of, because I don't think it's the whole reason why we have such a bad gun violence problem, but I do think it's a big piece of it. Another driver of the gun violence epidemic, especially that affecting our kids, it doesn't earn as many headlines, but is the terrible gun violence problem in a lot of our big cities. And this is why we have to empower law enforcement to arrest the bad guys, put them away, and take gun offenders off the streets. I think there's a whole host of things that we can do here, but I do think at our schools we've got to talk about more security.
Senator, thank you. Governor, you previously opposed an assault weapons ban, but it's only later in your political career did you change your position. Why?
Yeah, I sat in that office with those Sandy Hook parents. I've become friends with school shooters. I've seen it. Look, the NRA, I was the NRA guy for a long time. They used to teach gun safety. I'm of an age where my shotgun was in my car so I could pheasant hunt after football practice. That's not where we live today. And several things I want to mention on this is talking about cities and where it's at. The number one,
yeah, that was not a good mistake.
Where the most firearm deaths happen in Minnesota are rural suicides. And we have an epidemic of children getting guns and shooting themselves. And so we have, and we should look at all of the issues.
He gets going too fast sometimes. Like, I know what he means,
this idea of
shooting
stigmatizing mental health,
but
just because you have a mental health issue doesn't mean you're violent. And I think what we end up doing is we start looking for a scapegoat. Sometimes it just is the guns. It's just the guns, and there are things that you can do about it. But I do think that this is
give me that fucking
and I think it's a healthy conversation. I think there's a capacity to find solutions on this that work, protect Second Amendment, protect our children. That's our priority.
Gentlemen, thank you. Margaret?
Thank you, Nora. Let's turn now to the top contributor to inflation, the high cost of housing and rent. There's a shortage of more than 4 million homes in the United States, and that contributes to the high housing prices. Governor Walz, the Harris campaign promises a $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers and a $10,000 tax credit. They also promise to build 3 million new homes. Where are you building these homes, and won't handing out that kind of money just drive up prices higher?
No, it's not handing out. We have, first, let me say this issue of housing, and I think those of you listening on this, the problem we've had is that we've got a lot of folks that see housing as another commodity. It can be bought up, it can be shifted, it can be moved around. Those are not folks living in those houses. Those of you listening tonight, that house is a big deal. I bought and owned one house in my life. My mom still lives in the house where I was. And when I think of a house, I'm thinking of Christmas services after midnight mass where you go with your family. We need to make it more affordable. And one of the things, as I said, this program that the Vice President is pushing forward and bringing a new way of approaching this is something we're doing in Minnesota from that lead. We in the state invested in making sure our housing was the biggest investment that we'd ever made in housing. It starts to make it easier. We cut some of the red tape. Local folks, look, we can't do it at the federal level, but local folks make it easier to build those homes. And then that down payment assistance. I can tell all of you out there, one of the, certainly for me, using the GI Bill was one thing, but a veteran's home loan, the big thing about a veteran's home loan is you don't have to pay the down payment. Those are things that make it there. Now, look, you're going to pay it back, and you're going to pay your mortgage. Those are things that we know in the long run, the appreciated value, the generational wealth that's created from it. And I will give Minneapolis an example. Minneapolis is the one city where we've seen the lowest inflation rates. We've seen a 12% increase in stock because we've put some of these things in, and we're implementing a state program to make sure we give some of that down payment assistance. We get it back from people because here's what we know. People with stable housing end up with stable jobs. People with stable housing have their kids able to get to school. All of those things in the long run end up saving our money. And that's the thing that I think we should be able to find some common ground in, but we can't blame immigrants for the only reason. That's not the case that's happening in many cities. The fact of the matter is that we don't have enough naturally affordable housing, but we can make sure that the government's there to help kickstart it, create that base.
Governor, your time is up. Senator Vance, as far as your campaign's position, the promise is to seize federal lands to build homes, remove regulation, provide tax breaks, and cut back on immigration, which you say pushes up prices. Where are you going to build all the new homes you're promising, and what part of any of this plan will provide immediate relief? You have 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, Tim just said something that I agree with. We don't want to blame immigrants for higher housing prices, but we do want to blame
You literally
Kamala
did
Harris
that earlier.
for letting in
You
millions
literally
of
did
illegal
that.
aliens into this country, which does drive up cost, Tim.
What the
25
fuck are you
million
saying?
illegal
You
aliens
did
competing
that.
with Americans for scarce homes is one of the most significant drivers of home prices in the country. It's why we have massive increases in home prices that have happened right alongside massive increases in illegal alien populations under Kamala Harris's leadership. Now, Tim just mentioned a bunch of ideas. Now, some of those ideas I actually think are halfway decent, and some of them I disagree with. But the most important thing here is Kamala Harris is not running as a newcomer to politics. She is the sitting vice president. If she wants to enact all of these policies
And Trump was
to
the
make
sitting
housing
president,
more affordable,
that he didn't
I invite
enact these
her
policies.
to use
What
the
the
office
fuck-
that the American people already gave her,
Irish
not
DC,
sit
thank you for
around
100
and
biddies.
campaign
While
and do
regulations are
nothing
current, the current
while
rules for house
Americans
construction are either
find the
single
American
family
dream
homes with space
of
for 2
homeownership
cars
completely
or condos with nothing in
unaffordable.
between.
Now, you
Hey, I'm
asked,
getting a
Margaret,
condo.
what would immediately change the equation for American
But also
citizens?
something that hasn't
if
been
you
brought up as
lower
much is
energy
the fact
prices,
that,
as
like
Donald Trump
Walz
says,
brought
drill
up
baby
earlier,
drill,
you
one
have
of the
these
biggest
massive
drivers of
corporations,
housing costs
like
aside from
BlackRock, that
illegal
are just
immigration
fucking,
is, think
like,
about it. If a truck
buying up
driver's
all
paying
these
40%
homes.
more for diesel, then the lumber
Which
he's
is a massive
delivering to
part
the
of
job
why
site to build the house
inflation in
is
the
also
housing
going to
market has been
become
so
a
shit
lot
lately.
more expensive. If we open up American energy, you will get immediate pricing relief for American citizens, not, by the way, just in housing, but in a whole host of other economic goods, too.
Senator Vance, you still have 23 seconds there. Do you want to answer?
Can I have it?
Where, Governor, we will get to you in a moment. But Senator, where are you going to seize the federal lands? Can you clarify?
Well, what Donald Trump has said is we have a lot of federal lands that aren't being used for anything. They're not being used for national park. They're not being used, and they could be places where we build a lot of housing. And I do think that we should be opening up building in this country. We have a lot of land that could be used. We have a lot of Americans that need homes. We should be kicking out illegal immigrants who are competing for those homes, and we should be building more homes for the American citizens who deserve to be here.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, I do want to let you respond to the allegation that the vice president is letting in
Well, of course, that's not
migrants,
true. And again,
that
you
it's
have the
affecting
facts. I
housing
guess we
prices.
agreed not to fact check. I'll check it. That, look, crossings are down compared to when Donald Trump left office. But it's, again, blaming and not trying to find the solution. I was going to ask, though, on this question, are we going to drill and build houses in the same federal land? And I think when people hear federal lands, these are really important pieces of land. Now, Minnesota doesn't have a lot of federal lands. I know in the western part of the countries we do. There's not a lot of federal lands in and around Minneapolis, for example. So the issue is I don't understand the federal lands issue unless we see this, and I worry about this as someone who cares deeply about our national parks and our federal lands. Look, Minnesota, we protect these things. We've got about 20% of the world's fresh water. These lands protect. They're there for a reason. They belong to all of us. But again, this is when you view housing and you view these things as commodities. Like, there's a chance to make money here. Let's take this federal land and let's sell it to people for that. I think there's better ways to do this. We've seen it in Minnesota. We're able to refurbish some of these houses. We're able to make some investments. That gets people in. And I'm still on the fact on this. Economists, Senator Vance, you said you don't like the economists. Which economists are saying that it is immigrants that's adding to the cost?
Governor,
Where's
your
the study?
time is up. But Senator, on that point, I'd like for you to clarify. There are many contributing factors to high housing costs. What evidence do you have that migrants are part of this problem?
Well, there's a Federal Reserve study that we're happy to share after the debate. We'll put it up on social media, actually, that really drills down on the connection between increased levels of migration, especially illegal immigration, and higher housing prices. Now, of course, Margaret, that's not the entire driver of higher housing prices. It's also the regulatory regime of Kamala Harris. Look, we are a country of builders. We're a country of doers. We're a country of explorers. But we increasingly have a federal administration that makes it harder to develop our resources, makes it harder to build things, and wants to throw people in jail for not doing everything exactly as Kamala Harris says they have to do. And what that means is that you have a lot of people who would love to build homes who aren't able to build homes. I actually agree with Tim Walz. We should get out of this idea of housing as a commodity. But the thing that has most turned housing into a commodity is giving it away to millions upon millions of people who have no legal right to be here.
What are the federal regulations? I deal with this as a governor.
You can very quickly reply.
I'm sorry. I get this as a governor, and I don't necessarily disagree with that in some cases, many of those are local. Many of them are state. I don't know which ones are federal, but I think whenever we talk regulations, people think they can get rid of them. I think you want to be able to get out of your house in a fire. I think you want to make sure that it's fireproof and those types of things. So which are the regulations? Because the vice president's not responsible for those. Congress writes those.
Governor, thank you. Gentlemen, we have a lot to get to. You're passionate about the housing crisis. I can tell. But Nora,
thank you. One of the top problems facing Americans is the high cost of health care. Senator Vance, at the last presidential debate, former President Trump was asked about replacing the Affordable Care Act. In response, he said, "I have concepts of a plan." Since then, Senator, you've talked about changing how chronically ill Americans get health insurance. Can you explain how that would work? And can you guarantee that Americans with pre-existing conditions won't pay more? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, of course, we're going to cover Americans with pre-existing conditions. In fact, a lot of my family members have gotten health care. I believe, members of my family actually got private health insurance, at least for the first time, switched off of Medicaid onto private insurance for the first time under Donald Trump's leadership. And I think that, a lot of people have criticized this concepts of a plan remark. Look, it's very simple common sense. I think as Tim Walz knows from 12 years in Congress, you're not going to propose a 900-page bill standing on a debate stage. It would bore everybody to tears, and it wouldn't actually mean anything because part of this is the give and take of bipartisan negotiation. Now, when Donald Trump was actually president, and again, he has a record to be proud of, prescription drugs fell in 2018 for the first time in a very long time. Under Kamala Harris's leadership, prescription drugs are up about 7%. Under Donald Trump's entire 4 years, they were up about 1.5%. He introduced pricing transparency. You think about healthcare, you go into a hospital, you try to buy something, and nobody knows what it actually costs. That price transparency will actually give American consumers a little bit more choice and will also drive down costs. And we talked about, the reinsurance regulations is what I was talking about. Look, Donald Trump has said that if we allow states to experiment a little bit on how to cover both the chronically ill but the non-chronically ill, it's not just a plan. He actually implemented some of these regulations when he was president of the United States. And I think you can make a really good argument that it salvaged Obamacare, which was doing disastrously until Donald Trump came along. And I think this is an important point about President Trump. Of course, you don't have to agree with everything that President Trump has ever said or ever done, but when Obamacare was crushing under the weight of its own regulatory burden and health care costs, Donald Trump could have destroyed the program. Instead, he worked in a bipartisan way to ensure that Americans had access to affordable care. It's not perfect, of course, and there's so much more that we can do, but I think that Donald Trump has earned the right to put in place some better health care policies. He's earned it because he did it successfully the first time.
Governor?
All right, here's where being an old guy gives you some history. I was there at the creation of the ACA. And the reason it was so important is I come from a major healthcare state, home of the Mayo Clinic, home to Medical Alley, 3M, Medtronic, all of those. We understand healthcare. It's why we're ranked first on affordability and accessibility and quality of healthcare. And so what I know is under Kamala Harris, more people are covered than they have before. And those of you listening, this is critical to you. Now, Donald Trump all of a sudden wants to. Go back and remember this. He ran on the first thing he was going to do on day one was to repeal Obamacare. On day one, he tried to sign an executive order to repeal the ACA. He signed on to a lawsuit to repeal the ACA, but lost at the Supreme Court. And he would have repealed the ACA had it not been for the courage of John McCain to save that bill. Now, fast forward, what that means to you is you lose your pre-existing conditions. If you're sitting at home and you got asthma, too bad. If you're a woman, probably not. Broke your foot during football, might kick you out. Your kids get kicked out when they're 26. Kamala Harris negotiated drug prices for the first time with Medicare. We have 10 drugs that will come online, the most common ones that'll be there. But look, this issue, and when Donald Trump said, I've got a concept of a plan, it cracked me up as a fourth grade teacher because my kids would have never given me that. But what Senator Vance just explained might be worse than a concept, because what he explained is pre-Obamacare. And I'll make this as simple as possible because I have done this for a long time. What they're saying is, if you're healthy, why should you be paying more? So what they're going to do is let insurance companies pick who they insure, because guess what happens? You pay your premium, it's not much. They figure they're not going to have to pay out to you. But those of you a little older, gray, got cancer, you're going to get kicked out of it. That's why the system didn't work. Kamala Harris will protect and enhance the ACA.
Governor, thank you. Senator, you have not yet explained how you would protect people with pre-existing conditions or laid out that plan.
Well, look, we currently have laws and regulations in place right now that protect people with pre-existing conditions. We want to keep those regulations in place, but we also want to make the health insurance marketplace function a little bit better. Now, what Governor Walz just said is
Honestly,
actually
not true. I'm still waiting for the Adderall shortage to end.
The reason that Obamacare was crushing under its own weight is that a lot of young and healthy people were leaving the exchanges.
I mean, it works just as well for me.
Actually helped address that problem, and he did so in a way that preserved people's access to coverage who had pre-existing conditions. But again, something that these guys do is they make a lot of claims about if Donald Trump becomes president, all of these terrible consequences are going to ensue. But in reality, Donald Trump was president. Inflation was low. Take-home pay was higher. And he saved the very program from a Democratic administration that was collapsing and would have collapsed absent his leadership. He did his job, which is govern in a bipartisan way and get results, not just complain about problems, but actually solve them.
Governor, did enrollment under the Affordable Care Act go up under the Trump administration?
It's higher now that we've seen it go up. Look, people are using it. The system works. And the question about this of young people, whatever, that's the individual mandate piece of this. And Republicans fought tooth and nail saying, well, Americans should be free to do this. Well, then what happens is... So you think the individual mandate's a good idea? You shrink. I think the idea of making sure the risk pool is broad enough to cover everyone, that's the only way insurance works. When it doesn't, it collapses. You are asking pre-ACA where we get people out. Look, people know that they need to be on health care. People expect it to be there. And when we are able to make it, and we are making it this way, when we incentivize people to be in the market, when we help people who might not be able to afford it get there, and we make sure then when you get sick and old, it's there for you. Because I heard people say, well, I don't want to buy into Medicare or whatever. Good luck buying health care once you get past 70. So look, the ACA works. We can continue to do better. Kamala Harris did that. The way she made everything better was negotiating those 10 drugs on Medicare for the first time in American history.
Thank you. Margaret,
can I address that?
I apologize. We're out of time. We have a number of subjects to discuss. Margaret,
every
let's talk
fucking
about
time. Did they just didn't
America.
slot enough time for this thing.
There is a child care crisis in this country, and the United States is one of the very few developed countries in the world without a national paid leave program for new parents. Governor Walz, you said that if Democrats win both the White House and Congress, this is a day one priority for you. How long should employers be required to pay workers while they are home taking care of their newborns? You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, that's negotiable, and that's what Congress worked. But here's what the deal is. Americans sitting out there right now, you may work for a big company. Look, we're home in Minnesota to some of the largest Fortune 500 companies. Kamala Harris knows that in California. Those companies provide paid family medical leave. One is, I think they're moral and they think it's a good thing, but it also keeps their employees healthy. We in Minnesota passed a paid family medical leave. You have a child, and I had to go back to work 5 days after my kids were born. This allows you to stay home a certain amount of time. What we know is that gets the child off to a better start, the family works better, we stay in their employers, we get more consistency in that. So Kamala Harris has made it a priority. We implemented it in Minnesota, and we see growth. That's how you become a pro-business state. But the negotiations on it, and here's the issue, those big companies are able to offer it. Those of you out there who don't have it, just imagine what happens if you get cancer or your child gets sick. We know what happens. You end up staying home. In some cases, that means no paycheck because you've got no protection on that. This is the case of an economy that Donald Trump has set for the wealthiest amongst us. He's willing to give those tax breaks to the wealthiest. He's willing to say, bust those unions up, do whatever. What we're saying is the economy works best when it works for all of us. And so a paid family medical leave program, and I will tell you, go to the families or go to the businesses and ask them. As far as childcare on this, you have to take it at both the supply and the demand side. You can't expect the most important people in our lives to take care of our children or our parents to get paid the least amount of money. And we have to make it easier for folks to be able to get into that business and then to make sure that folks are able to pay for that. We were able to do it in Minnesota, and I'm still telling you this. We were listed as the best state. We're still in crisis on this. A federal program of paid family and medical leave and help with this will enhance our workforce, enhance our families, and make it easier to have the children that you want.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, do you support a national paid leave program?
Having
and
the children
if
that
so,
you want.
For how long should employers be mandated to pay their employees while they are home taking care of their newborn? You have 2 minutes.
I understand what he's saying, but how the children you want is like...
Democrats, too, have worked on this issue. I think there is a bipartisan solution here because a lot of us care about this issue. I mean, look, I speak from this very personally because I'm married to a beautiful woman who is an incredible mother to our 3 beautiful kids, but is also a very, very brilliant corporate litigator. And I'm so proud of her. But being a working mom, even for somebody with all of the advantages of my wife, is extraordinarily difficult. And it's not just difficult from a policy perspective. She actually had access to paid family leave because she worked for a bigger company. But the cultural pressure on young families and especially young women, I think makes it really hard for people to choose the family model they want. A lot of young women would like to go back to work immediately. Some would like to spend a little time home with the kids. Some would like to spend longer at home with the kids. We should have a family care model that makes choice possible. And I think this is a very important substantive difference between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris's approach. I mean, look, if you look at the federal programs that we have that support paid family leave right now, the Community Development Block Grant, and there's another block grant program that spends a lot of money from the federal government. These programs only go to one kind of child care model. Let's say you'd like your church maybe to help you out with child care. Maybe you live in a rural area or an urban area and you'd like to get together with families in your neighborhood to provide child care in the way that makes the most sense. You don't get access to any of these federal monies. We want to promote choice in how we deliver family care and how we promote child care because, look, it is unacceptable. And, you know, of course, Tim and I have been on the campaign trail a lot the past 7 or 8 weeks. And one of the biggest complaints I hear from young families is people who feel like they don't have options, like they're choosing between going to work or taking care for their kids. That is an incredible burden to put on American families. We're the only country that does it. I think we could do a heck of a lot better.
Senator, thank you. You have also said, Senator Vance, many things about the American family. The Federal Reserve says parents will spend nearly as much on child care as they do on housing each month. So I want to get your thoughts on this. President Trump recently said, as much as child care is talked about as being expensive, it's relatively speaking not very expensive compared to the kinds of numbers we'll be taking in. Is President Trump committed to the $5,000 per child tax credit that you have described? You have 1 minute.
Well, what President Trump said, Margaret, I just want to defend my running mate here a little bit, is that we're going to be taking in a lot of money by penalizing companies for shipping jobs overseas and penalizing countries who employ slave laborers and then ship their products back into our country and undercut the wages of American workers. It's the heart of the Donald Trump economic plan. Cut taxes for American workers and American families. Cut taxes for businesses that are hiring and building companies in the United States of America, but penalize companies and countries that are shipping jobs overseas. That's the heart of the economic proposal. And I think what President Trump is saying is that when we bring in this additional revenue with higher economic growth, we're going to be able to provide paid family leave, child care options that are viable and workable for a lot of American families.
Can you clarify how that will solve the child care shortage?
Well, because as Tim said, a lot of the child care shortages, we just don't have enough resources going into the multiple people who could be providing family care options. And we're going to have to, unfortunately, look, we're going to have to spend more money. We're going to have to induce more people to want to provide child care options for American families, because the reason it's so expensive right now is because you've got way too few people providing this very essential service.
Thank you, Senator. Governor Walz, your ticket also has some child care tax credit proposals. Do you think Congress will agree to the $6,000 credit for newborns and $3,000 credit for children over the age of 6, as your campaign has promised? Is that realistic?
Well, if these members of Congress are listening to anybody, I can tell you, and this is the biggest issue. Everybody listening tonight knows. I mean, I'm sure they were shocked to hear it's not that expensive. And let's be clear, whether it's $5,000 or $6,000, that pays you about 3 or 4 months. Let's be clear of where we're at on this. It's because we got out of an imbalance on this. We thought we were going to get by not paying people. I don't think Senator Vance and I are that far apart. I'm not opposed to what he's talking about on options. We've done scholarships types of things. I think we need to be open to making the case. But the issue here is, the question you asked is, you're not going to pay for it with these tariffs. That's just adding another $4,000 on the family and taking less. So not only do they not get the money to pay for that, they're $4,000 in the hole. That's Wharton School. That's his alma mater. And so I think the issue here is, if those members of Congress, I can't believe they're not. When I go to businesses, sure, they'll talk about taxes sometime, but they will lead with child care and they will lead with housing, because we know the problem is, especially in a state like Minnesota, we need more workers because our economy's growing, but we need the workforce.
Governor, thank you. We need to move on. Nora?
Let's talk about the state of democracy, the top issue for Americans after the economy and inflation. After the 2020 election, President Trump's campaign and others filed 62 lawsuits contesting the results.
I'll be right
Judges,
back.
including those appointed by President Trump and other Republican presidents, looked at the evidence and said there was no widespread fraud. The governors of every state in the nation, Republicans and Democrats, certified the 2020 election results and sent a legal slate of electors to Congress for January 6th. Senator Vance, you have said you would not have certified the last presidential election and would have asked the states to submit alternative electors. That has been called unconstitutional and illegal. Would you again seek to challenge this year's election results, even if every governor certifies the results? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, Nora, first of all, I think that we're focused on the future. We need to figure out how to solve the inflation crisis caused by Kamala Harris's policies, make housing affordable, make groceries affordable, and that's what we're focused on. But I want to answer your question because you did ask it. Look, what President Trump has said is that there were problems in 2020, and my own belief is that we should fight about those issues, debate those issues peacefully in the public square, and that's all I've said, and that's all that Donald Trump has said. Remember, he said that on January the 6th, the protesters ought to protest peacefully. And on January the 20th, what happened? Joe Biden became the president, Donald Trump left the White House, and now, of course, unfortunately, we have all of the negative policies that have come from the Harris-Biden administration. I believe that we actually do have a threat to democracy in this country, but unfortunately, it's not the threat to democracy that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz want to talk about. It is the threat of censorship. It's Americans casting aside lifelong friendships because of disagreements over politics. It's big technology companies silencing their fellow citizens. And it's Kamala Harris saying that rather than debate and persuade her fellow Americans, she'd like to censor people who engage in misinformation. I think that is a much bigger threat to democracy than anything that we've seen in this country in the last 4 years, in the last 40 years. Now, I'm really proud, especially given that I was raised by two lifelong blue-collar Democrats, to have the endorsement of Bobby Kennedy Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard, lifelong leaders in the Democratic coalition. And of course, they don't agree with me and Donald Trump on every issue. We don't have to agree on every issue, but we're united behind a basic American First Amendment principle that we ought to debate our differences. We ought to argue about them. We ought to try to persuade our fellow Americans. Kamala Harris is engaged in censorship at an industrial scale. She did it during COVID. She's done it over a number of other issues. And that, to me, is a much bigger threat to democracy than what Donald Trump said when he said that protesters should peacefully protest on January the 6th.
Does your tummy hurt because of J.D. Vance?
Well, I've enjoyed tonight's debate, and I think there was a lot of commonality here, and I'm sympathetic to misspeaking on things, and I think I might have with the senator.
Me too, man.
There's one though that this one is troubling to me, and I say that because I think we need to tell the story. Donald Trump refused to acknowledge this, and the fact is that I don't think we can be the frog in the pot and let the boiling water go up. He was very clear. I mean, he lost this election, and he said he didn't. 140 police officers were beaten at the Capitol that day, some with the American flag. Several later died, and it wasn't just in there. In Minnesota, a group gathered on the state capitol grounds in St. Paul and said, "We're marching to the governor's residence, and there may be casualties." The only person there was my son and his dog, who was rushed out crying by state police. That issue, and Mike Pence standing there as they were chanting, "Hang Mike Pence." Mike Pence made the right decision. So, Senator, it was adjudicated over and over and over. I worked with kids long enough to know, and I said as a football coach, sometimes you really want to win, but the democracy is bigger than winning an election. You shake hands, and then you try and do everything you can to help the other side win. That's what was at stake here. Now, the thing I'm most concerned about is the idea that imprisoning your political opponents, already laying the groundwork for people not accepting this. And a president's words matter. A president's words matter. People hear that. So I think this issue of settling our differences at the ballot box, shaking hands when we lose, being honest about it, but to deny what happened on January 6th, the first time in American history that a president or anyone tried to overturn a fair election and the peaceful transfer of power. And here we are 4 years later in the same boat. I will tell you this, that when this is over, we need to shake hands this election, and the winner needs to be the winner. This has got to stop. It's tearing our country apart.
Margaret? Senator Vance, did you want to respond to that?
Yeah, well, look, Tim, first of all, it's really rich for Democratic leaders to say that Donald Trump is a unique threat to democracy when he peacefully gave over power on January the 20th, as we have done for 250 years in this country. We are going to shake hands after this debate and after this election. And of course, I hope that we win, and I think we're going to win. But if Tim Walz is the next vice president, he'll have my prayers, he'll have my best wishes, and he'll have my help whenever he wants it. But we have to remember that for years in this country, Democrats protested the results of elections.
I can tell
Hillary
you right
Clinton
now,
in 2016 said that Donald Trump had the election stolen by Vladimir Putin because the Russians bought like $500,000 worth of Facebook ads. This has been going on for a long time. And if we want to say that we need to respect the results of the election, I'm on board. But if we want to say, as Tim Walz is saying, that this is just a problem that Republicans have had, I don't buy that.
Governor.
January 6th was not Facebook ads. And I think a revisionist history on this. Look, I don't understand how
Trump
we
is
got
just going
to
to be
this
mad
point.
for the sole
but
reason
the issue
that he's
was that happened.
being nice.
Donald Trump can do it. And all of us say there's no place for this. It has massive repercussions. This idea that there's censorship to stop people from threatening to kill someone, threatening to do something, that's not censorship. Censorship is book banning. We've seen that. We've seen that brought up. I just think for everyone tonight, and I'm going to thank Senator Vance. I think this is the conversation they want to hear. And I think there's a lot of agreement, but this is one that we are miles apart on. This was a threat to our democracy in a way that we had not seen. And it manifested itself because of Donald Trump's inability to say. He is still saying he didn't lose the election. I would just ask that. Did he lose the 2020 election?
Tim, I'm focused on the future. Did Kamala Harris censor Americans from speaking their mind in the wake of the 2020 COVID situation?
That is a damning non-answer.
It's a damning non-answer for you to not talk about censorship. Obviously, Donald Trump and I think that there were problems in 2020. We've talked about it. I'm happy to talk about it further. But you guys attack us for not believing in democracy. The most sacred right under the United States democracy is the First Amendment. You yourself have said there's no First Amendment right to misinformation. Kamala Harris wants to use the power of government and big tech to silence people from speaking their minds. That is a threat to democracy that will long outlive this present political moment. I would like Democrats and Republicans to both reject censorship. Let's persuade one another. Let's argue about ideas, and then let's come together afterwards.
You can't yell fire in a crowded theater. That's the test. That's the Supreme Court test.
Tim, fire in a crowded theater. You guys wanted to kick people off of Facebook for saying that toddlers shouldn't wear masks.
Senator, the governor does have the floor.
Fire in a crowded theater. That is criticizing the policies of the government, which is the right of every American.
Senator, the governor does have the floor for 1 minute to respond to you.
Yeah, well, I don't run Facebook. What I do know is I see a candidate out there who refused, and now again, and this I'm pretty shocked by this.
Dismissal.
He lost the election. This is not a debate. It's not anything anywhere other than in Donald Trump's world. Because look, when Mike Pence made that decision to certify that election, that's why Mike Pence isn't on this stage. What I'm concerned about is, where is the firewall with Donald Trump? Where is the firewall if he knows he could do anything, including taking an election, and his vice president's not going to stand to it? That's what we're asking you, America. Will you stand up? will you keep your oath of office even if the president doesn't? And I think Kamala Harris would agree she wouldn't have picked me if she didn't think I would do that, because of course that's what we would do. So America, I think you've got a really clear choice on this election of who's going to honor that democracy and who's going to honor Donald Trump.
Governor, your time is up. Thank you, gentlemen. We will be right back with both of our candidates. The CBS News Vice Presidential Debate continues.
Oh God, now we gotta deal with this shit again. I will say this song has I'm liking the like beat to it. I kind of rocking with this. I'm glad. Yeah, I don't hate this one. I'm not mad at it. How are we feeling? I'm not loving the debate, honestly. I was hoping for more of a blowout, but this is kind of like disappointing on all sides. Everybody's lots hurts. Like I still like Tim Walz, but I don't know. I don't know, man. Vance is more coherent than Weasley than Trump. Yeah. Like I feel like he is more of a, like, he is very much a natural politician. I feel like this debate shows that. Yeah, I wish, and unfortunately I just don't think Walz has that dog in him to like be rude in the way that I think Vance deserves, if I'm being honest. Space Rider, Space Rider, Space Rider. Scuffs and scrapes. Yeah, I could rock with this. I could fuck with this. This is all right. You don't have that talking to you.
Christy Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
What happened to Walz dog walking Vance?
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like
I'm
this?
admitting I was
We
wrong
are
here.
Now
Like
is real.
it has
break
been
down what we know,
disappointing on
and then
all
the big
sides.
question's still
It
outstanding.
has just been like
News for the
largely
generation
pretty
of now
boring and walking,
is
like somebody
NBC
earlier
News
said,
Now.
walking the party line. I don't
And
know
we are
what you
back
want.
with tonight's vice presidential debates.
When it ends, join us right here, analysis. But now, back to the debate.
Like, do you want me to just lie?
Welcome back to the CBS News vice presidential debate. It is now time for the closing statement. Senator Vance won the virtual coin toss and elected to go last. So, Governor Walz, you are first. You have 2 minutes.
Well, thank you, Senator Vance. Thank you to CBS News. And most importantly, thank you to all of you. If you're still up and the folks who miss Dancing with Our Stars, I appreciate it. But look, the support of the democracy matters. It matters that you're here. And I'm as surprised as anybody of this coalition that Kamala Harris has built, from Bernie Sanders to Dick Cheney to Taylor Swift, and a whole bunch of folks in between there. Cheney. And they don't all agree on everything, but they are truly optimistic people. They believe in a positive future of this country and one where our politics can be better than it is. And I have to tell you, that better than it is the sense of optimism that there can be an opportunity economy that works for everyone, not just to get by, but to get ahead. And the idea that freedom really means something. Not the freedom of government to be in your bedroom or exam room, but the freedom for you to make choices about yourself. Now, look, we all know who Donald Trump is. He's told us, and as Maya Angelou said, believe him when he told you that. His first inaugural address talked about American carnage, and then he spent 4 years trying to maybe do that. Senator Vance tonight made it clear he will stand with Donald Trump's agenda. He will continue to push down that road. Excuse me. Kamala Harris gives us a different option. Now, I'll have to tell you, I'm going to be careful about the quotes, but there's one that Senator Vance said that does resonate with me. He said, Donald Trump makes the people I care about afraid. A lot of America feels that way. We don't need to be afraid. Franklin Roosevelt was right. All we have to fear is fear itself. Kamala Harris is bringing us a new way forward. She's bringing us a politics of joy. She's bringing real solutions for the middle class, and she's centering you at the heart of that. All the while asking everyone, join this movement, make your voices heard. Let's look for a new day where everybody gets that opportunity and everybody gets a chance to thrive. I humbly ask for your vote on November 5th for Kamala Harris.
Governor Walz, thank you. Senator Vance, your closing statement.
Well, I want to thank Governor Walz,
I know, all we have
you
to
folks
fear
at
is
CBS, and of course the American people for tuning in this evening. And one of the issues we didn't talk about was energy. And I remember when I was being raised by my grandmother, when she didn't have enough money to turn on the heat some nights because Ohio gets pretty cold at night and because money was often very tight. And I believe, as a person who wants to be your next vice president, that we are a rich and prosperous enough country where every American, whether they're rich or poor, ought to be able to turn on their heat in the middle of a cold winter night. That's gotten more difficult thanks to Kamala Harris's energy policies. I believe that whether you're rich or poor, you ought to be able to afford a nice meal for your family. That's gotten harder because of Kamala Harris's policies. I believe that whether you're rich or poor, you ought to be able to afford to buy a house. You ought to be able to live in safe neighborhoods. You ought to not have your communities flooded with fentanyl, and that too has gotten harder with because of Kamala Harris's policies. Now, I've been in politics long enough to do what Kamala Harris does when she stands before the American people and says that on day one, she's going to work on all these challenges I just listed. She's been the vice president for 3.5 years. Day one was 1,400 days ago, and her policies have made these problems worse.
Like this is the big problem, is that neither of them are like
the most beautiful country in the world. I meet people on the campaign trail who can't afford food, but have the grace and generosity to ask me how I'm doing and to tell me they're praying for my family. What that has taught me is that we have the greatest country, the most beautiful country, the most incredible people anywhere in the world. But they're not going to be able to achieve their full dreams with the broken leadership that we have in Washington. They're not going to be able to live their American dream if we do the same thing that we've been doing for the last 3.5 years. We need change. We need a new direction. We need a president who has already done this once before and did it well. Please vote for Donald Trump. And whether you vote for me or vote for Tim Walz, I just want to say I'm so proud to be doing this, and I'm rooting for you. God bless you, and good night.
Senator Vance, thank you. And thank you both for participating in the only vice presidential debate of this election cycle. I'm Margaret Brennan.
And I'm Nora O'Donnell. And a reminder, there are just 35 days until Election Day. Please get out and vote. And for all of us here at CBS News, thank you and good night.
Yeah, Danger Days, I'm not going to lie. That was kind of a stalemate. Like, I think Walz made really good points, but he stumbled every time it was time to go on the defensive. And no, it was not nearly as entertaining, unfortunately. Nobody fucked up in such a gargantuan way. That is, no, it wasn't as, oh God, the Trump-Biden one. Fuck, man. No, what I think this is, like, this has been the last. Sichuan, my wife, thank you for following. Fenekage Gami, thank you for 10 biddies. Imagine if Trump whines about how much better Vance's debate went than his did. That's my problem with the Democrats. They've made stupid offense against people, sturdily offensive people. I don't know what that means. T-Girl Taco. 35 days until democracy ends? No. No, see, and somebody brought it up earlier, but I think it's a good point that, like, this really isn't going to sway anybody. Unless for some reason people would be swayed by Vance's bizarre, like, trying to placate the anti-abortion stuff. Which I don't think anybody would be. Yeah, Fight. He made a positive case for their ticket, which is important, but it didn't really help tear apart the Trump campaign. Nightmare Taco, just change the name because fuck the right. Okay. T-Girl Taco has a little bit different of a connotation, I feel. Yeah, it's not going to move the needle either way. And certainly not like the last one. Yeah, Volcano, I'd rather this way than a total Walz flop, but, like, I'd rather a total Walz win. Like, I'd rather... Who would I say won the debate? Like, probably Walz, but not by an incredible amount. It was not a shutout, right? But the fact that JD kept getting... he did get cut off. He not nearly as much as Trump, but he did let Walz get to him a little bit. He did try and push back and get a little bit of an attitude. He kept it under control more than Trump did, though. The fact that he was, like, I'm sure the fact checking will bear out, but, like, they both kept, when it comes to the presentation of it, they both kept just, like, tripping over their words. Yeah, and Vance had a little bit more poise. Like, I think Tim Walz still came off as more genuine because Vance came through as, like, I don't want to say polished, but definitely more of a politician. Like, Vance came through as somebody who has all of his fucking talking points on a note card. Yeah. It's, let me see. Who do we want to see react to this? Well, I don't even know, like, I kind of don't want to see anybody react to this because I like there's nothing really to react to. Like, it's not like there were any... The one or two slip-ups that Walz made are, of course, going to fucking... if they're not already... I haven't really gone on Twitter yet. If they're not already making the rounds on, like, right-wing Twitter of Walz saying that he was friends with school shooters, which obviously he meant to say that he was friends with the victims of school shooters, not friends with school shooters. Yeah, Sarah Monk 87. Walz needed a pep rally to be speaking at debates or death not his thing. Like, he clears up. He fucking owns at that kind of thing. Dog Rose Pink, you did not miss much. Definitely wasn't the lizard in a human suit versus nice old man debate I was expecting. It was a little bit that. I think Walz is, like, his Midwestern-y charm came through a lot more than JD Vance, who I will say JD seemed a lot more desperate to prove his humanity in a bizarre way. Like, he continually, and I think he is extremely sensitive about the fact that people think he's a fucking weirdo. He continually forced references and mentions of him and his kids and how much he loved his wife in a way that happened so often. It was incredible. I can't imagine it wasn't incredibly noticeable. Like, granted, politicians are supposed to do that. Like, they're supposed to, market themselves as being essentially, like, oh, we're just like one of you. And he fucking needs that with all the bad goddamn press that he's gotten through no shortage of unforced errors, by the way. But, man. Yeah, this is Dead Rising, Bighorn Sheep. So I've been playing it for like an hour. Walz should have called him weird. Definitely would have gotten Vance going. Yeah, I really wish they like, there's some stuff I wish Walz didn't fucking skate over. Like, it was not nearly as sticking it to each other as it was sticking it to, which granted, they're complementary candidates. They are meant to go along with their primary candidate, and they were both defending and offending for their primary candidate. It was less about each other. The problem is that I think there's plenty that Walz should have done to straight up stick it to Vance. Like, he should have brought up all the people who've called bullshit on Hillbilly Elegy and how he's a fucking big phony. He should have brought up the fucking how weird the couch thing was. He should have fucking brought up, like, they brought it up briefly in passing, but they should have dug into the thing in Ohio, like making up and spreading lies, and Vance going out of his way to be like, yeah, we need to spread these memes even if they're fake. Like, you dropped the ball on that. What are you talking about? Like, that actually has me, like, now that I'm thinking about it, like, that makes me mad that they did not drill more into that shit. You had a chance. You had the perfect opportunity lined up. And granted, I will say part of it was probably contingent upon the debate managers who were rushing through it, like trying to get the last rides in at Disney World before closing. Like, it was fucking, they're just like, okay, well, thank you very much. We got to move on to the next topic. Like, they were constantly mentioning how they had to move on to the next topic, which was very fucking annoying. But like, Angry Goose, was the couch thing based on something real? No, the couch thing was just a joke, but JD took it very seriously. And it just like, You have a vice presidential candidate who was caught on air admitting, not slip of the tongue, admitting that they are making shit up to fearmonger, that they are spreading racism and hate, and that is part of the playbook. How the fuck do you let that slip? Dreadnought, thank you very much for $5. Vance is literally AI generated. Kahara Bebe, thank you for super chatting. $10. This debate was like wanting to have Fruity Pebbles than getting Fruity Dinobites. Hey, as Walz would say, as my, I want to call him a friend, my acquaintance, Tim Walz would say, and nothing wrong with Dinobites. I grew up in a hardworking Midwestern family where all we ate was Dinobites and what the fuck are the other, the malto meal fucking things. How do I let what slip? Tutti Fruities. Fuck yeah, Tutti Fruities. Let's go. Tutti Fruities, some of them, the cinnamon toast motherfuckers. Yeah, no, the couch thing was just shitposting going wide in a way I've never really seen, actually. Like, really, once in a generation. Crawled out from the pit like an orc. Lego Panda for IDK, my opinion is that him not attacking is good because that was honestly a kind of civilized debate, which is nice. I don't want a civilized debate, though. I am so fucking done. And one of the things that I felt very deeply was the idea that maybe finally we were done. We were going to take some fucking gloves off with the Kamala, we don't want to go back shit. Like, maybe we were going to actually, like, dig into these motherfuckers' guts a little bit and expose them for the rotting carcasses they are. But no, we gotta be civil. Which, granted, Walz is not, again, like I was saying, Walz is not that guy. He does not have that dog in him. But that doesn't mean that he can't fucking lay down a little bit of, like, history teacher discipline. You know? And I think that would have even gone a long way. Yeah, I'm done with the they go high, we go high, they go low bullshit. Yeah, somebody nowhere. Both sides will be able to claim this is a win, but it was just meh. I feel that's a pretty good summary, if I'm being honest. I wanted masturbation, not whatever this boring normie BS. Oh. All right, I'm going to look on Twitter, see if there's anything. Misspoke is trending. It's a great sign. It's a great sign, y'all. Yeah, like I was saying, the two things that are already trending on Twitter are that Walz went to fucking the China thing, and then the friends. Yep, there it is. See, like, already the friends with school shooter thing is already going over time. I don't know, DC, if both sides are able to claim it as a win, that's like a rigged boxing match. No, because that's exactly what happened last time. Like both sides are going to claim it as a win anyway. Like, go back and look at how all right, for example, last debate with Kamala and Trump was a fucking blowout. Washed. Everybody knows that. Conservatives knew it, but they had to act like Trump did anywhere near competently. And so you had people like Alex Jones, the day after maybe one of the most embarrassing debate performances on a campaign trail I've ever seen, that we may ever see. Just Trump coming across as just this impudent, childish little gremlin. And the day after, you had people like Alex Jones being like, oh my gosh, he just blew her out of the water, and he was just such a master of the debate. Like, that's always going to happen. Like, being able to step back and be like, this kind of made everybody look fine is not a matter of, like, it being rigged. Ace of Space, I'm tired of the politics. I just hope when November comes I can relax a bit instead of being terrified. Big man Mueller. I think if Walz was mean, he'd lose his Minnesota nice powers. Have a good night, Irish DC. I don't agree about Walz versus JD. It seems like everyone was pulling their punches. Yeah, I think that's unfortunately a pretty good way to put it. So what will happen when Trump dies? What will all his fanatics do? Probably make an effigy out of him. Give me a second. I'm gonna go try and all right, I'm gonna go save the game real quick. then stop getting political flyers at my door every day. Oh, but that's the favorite part. Now you got kindling for the winter fires. How much did they appear to agree when it comes to key issues? They'll make a religion like when Jesus died. I mean, they, in so many ways, they already have. All right, let's see what else they got going on here. We got... Yeah, everybody's talking about how he misspoke. Is it Alex Showerman, $2? Is it gender neutral to call you a bad bitch? Yes. Yes, it is. I appreciate it. All right, what else do we got? We got... Who is trending? America's Hitler is trending. Great. This bodes well, I'm sure. Cultural heroin. I am willing to bet he regrets the fuck out of that. Yeah, I don't know, y'all. I don't know. Bleh. Do we want to watch these dumbass motherfuckers? No, I don't. I can't. I don't want to. You can't make me. Your recommended videos look like a nightmare. Thank you for your service. Yeah, it's a fucking... It's a living. Yeah, 9 days ago. Yeah, no, Dog Rose Pink. I've been watching a lot. I've been watching a lot of Baptist preaching lately because after specifically, yeah, no, I saw Matt Powell. I've been watching most of the Baptist preachers who have been. So after this last Sunday, where Steven Anderson preached about me, like specifically by name, not just channel name, but by name. I've been seeking out and watching all the other kind of Baptist preachers, because here's the thing, is that now that these allegations have come out, suddenly all these motherfuckers have decided that they're going to come forward with their beef and make it public to attack Steven Anderson, which, like, they're talking about having, like, differences and doctrinal issues with him going back decades for some of these people. And it's like, why couldn't you do that before? But whatever. It's I would rather have people calling him out now than never. yeah, it's there's been a lot. There's been a lot of people coming out with like pretty okay doctrinal stuff. I mean, like, not that I'm not fucking Christian, but stuff that I listen to and I hear and I'm like, yeah, you know what? That's, you got it, buddy. Bible. Sorry, I'm just checking stuff. Silver Dragoness, politics is so exhausting at the minute. Really can't wait for the election to be done and dusted. I have faith for y'all, though. My gut feeling is that Dems will take it, even if it's close. Sending love from the UK. Thank you, Silver Dragoness. Oh, I wish I had your faith. I wish I had your faith. I am. Yeah. These political ads are killing me. Spaceboy98, my lazy ass is voting for the first time. Hope you all do so too. Yeah, y'all better be. If you're in my chat, you better be fucking voting and shit. I will say that for sure. What do we want to do tonight? If my partner is maybe coming to get me or bring me food, I don't know. Give me a second. No, it definitely can get worse. Like, it absolutely can get worse. And, I have a feeling it will, unfortunately. Not to like fearmonger or anything, but like worst case scenario, Trump wins. Still a bad case scenario, Trump doesn't win, because the most fervent and insane people on his side will, I think, really lose their grasp on reality, because they know Trump does not have another run in him. Like, he will be well into his 80s by the time he can run again. Won't happen. Can't do it. He's already lost so much of his juice in the last, like, 8 years. And they know that. Yeah, Ace of Space, this voting season is definitely a hope for the best but prepare for the worst scenario. I think everybody should be prepared for the worst all the time. And yeah. Oh, yeah, Angry Goose. Well, so the problem is that you'll notice as we were listening to the debate, at nearly every turn, they kept saying, wow, we're going to talk about this crisis. We're going to talk about America's child care crisis, our economy crisis, the housing crisis, the migration crisis, America's gun violence crisis. And like, a lot of those things are legitimate crises. Speaking as somebody who's in a city that is legitimately ravaged by a ongoing drug crisis, a drug crisis, by the way, that has been happening for over a decade. That started with meth when I was in high school. Like, that was the thing, and has now moved on to fentanyl. And it has gotten noticeably worse. Like, I've always been very like, hey, I live downtown. So, like, I'm like, hey, you know what? Whatever. Like, I've never been hurt. I've never been attacked by a homeless person. Like, I generally don't care. But that also does not mean I want, like, just homeless people overdosing on every street corner. And that's not a reflection on, like, oh, I think it's so unclean or uncouth or whatever. It's that, like, we should be, as a society, providing the means to avoid that. We should be, as a society, providing people housing and opportunities and health care that they need to get off the street so that they don't have to turn to drugs as a way to just placate, to just have a momentary escape from misery for a couple seconds. And it's gotten, like, it has gotten so much worse. And I'm not talking about, like, people doing coke or smoking pot or doing any of that stuff. I'm talking about people, like, shooting heroin on street corners. I am talking about, like, I cannot, and again, I live downtown, so anytime I go anywhere, I cannot go anywhere without seeing somebody, like, visibly having a breakdown from tweaking. The other night, this is true. Did I tell this story already? I don't think I did. No, I was talking, weird story, but I was talking to the Spokane mayor the other night. But either way, I was out and about. It was like 9:30ish, and I decided to go get some sushi at my favorite, like, local sushi spot, support local businesses. And I wanted to get it to go. I didn't want to sit and have them clog everything up. And then I am walking out of the mall, downtown Spokane Mall, and a guy waves me down in an alley, and my first thought is like, nah, nope. I have my headphones on, I take them off. He's like, hey, dude, I don't have a phone. Can you call this guy down the alley? He says he's overdosing. I have to go catch a bus. And long story short, a dude was, like, losing his fucking mind. Well, he said he was overdosing, said on fentanyl and meth, or it was very hard to understand what he was saying. And I had to wait. I sat with this dude until EMTs came, as this guy was fucking writhing on the ground. Like, I'm not an EMT. I'm not trained. I don't know. I was just trying to make sure he didn't stop breathing, if I need to flip him over or something, or if he threw up. But it's like that is the proximity I have to this crisis. That must have been traumatizing. I don't know about traumatizing. Like, here's the thing. I live downtown. I've seen that shit before. I've seen so many people, not directly seen them OD, but I've seen people. There was one time I remember I was coming down off, if y'all know Spokane, there's a highway exit right by a Taco Bell downtown that kind of enters into the main downtown throughway. And there was a point where, this was probably 5 or 6 years ago, where a dude dropped in the middle of crossing a crosswalk, and started seizing. Like, he was kind of lumbering, and then just boom, fell middle of a crosswalk. And I ran, because I was on the other side of the street, and I popped out. I saw this happen, and me and, like, 2 or 3 other people immediately just fucking ran. I ran across the road to go help, because a bunch of people just immediately, like, were trying to grab him, get him out of the middle of the fucking road, and make sure he was breathing and all that shit. So, like, not the first time I've seen this kind of thing happen. But it's like, yeah, there are, like, when people talk about the drug epidemic and the opioid crisis, like, that shit is real. Like, that is not a fucking joke. And I have noticeably seen it more. And it's fucking disheartening, because we have in downtown Spokane, right? Drug usage and homelessness is the result of the normal society. I hope you're being sarcastic, because no, it's not. It's not the result of a normal society. Fentanyl is so tricky because it doesn't take much to mess up someone. Yeah. It is not the result. If you are saying that it's the result of a functional society, that is not true. Hey, dog. Lady is unhappy that I'm talking to somebody. Hey, puppy. You gonna be good? You gonna be a good dog? Leave me alone. While I'm trying to stream. Oh, here you go, baby. Friend of mine addicted to it, and they've changed for the worse, unfortunately. I just wish things were better so people didn't feel they need to escape from reality and physical, mental pain that hard. Yeah. Like, it's... Like, it is so many systemic issues that can be fucking fixed, that we know how to fix them. And we just aren't. Like, we know the drastic measures that could fix society. And it's, you know, it's always like sitting in a chair and saying this to everybody. It's like, we know the things that could change society if we organized together to accomplish them and didn't stop and didn't give up. But it is also like, it is not the same as 200, 300 years ago, where you could have a revolution if you got a hold of some guns, if you got a hold of some arms. You could fight against the militarized forces of colonialist governments like France or England. Like, you can't do that today. Because the colonialist forces, like our own police, are an occupying force. They are fully militarized. How do you fight back against that? They have military contracts, defense contractors, probably have all of your data, all of your facial recognition, could track you down at the drop of a hat. How do you fight back against that? Like, the structures of civility that have come to ensconce the wealthy, the elites, the ruling class of America, it's not, you know, Jews, it's not a satanic pedophile cabal, it's just rich people. It's just fucking rich people. Like, that's the real truth of it. It's just rich people. It is just rich people that pay politicians so they can keep getting richer. And every time you see somebody overdosing on the street because they aren't able to afford housing, every time you see fucking a new strength of hurricane ripping through the Gulf, and a news reporter saying, well, actually, it's not really common for us to see this kind of virulent weather every year. And every time you see some dumb motherfucker like Elon Musk sharing AI memes that are superheating the planet so they can fucking make a goddamn meme about Trump carrying kittens or some bullshit, all of these things are connected. And subliminally, I feel like we all know that. The Pack, thank you. Pack 1558, thank you for $5. Little sister battled a heroin addiction for nearly 10 years. She watched friends OD, and a few times we were worried we lost her. We're middle class. I mean, the middle class of America is usually a fucking hair's breadth away from being not lower class. Lower class isn't the right term. What is the term? It's not lower class. Yeah, and Angry Goose, this may be some controversial and old-timey thinking, but if you have a job, you should be able to afford at least a one-bedroom apartment. You should. Working poor, yeah. You should, but that's not the tangible reality. You know, it's the same thing as like when people ask, well, you know, it's a problem that more Americans aren't having kids. It's like, look at the difference between what our grandparents could do. My grandparents, perfect example. My grandpa was able to go to college and work at a motherfucking department store while owning a home and raising 2 daughters. You cannot, like, in no world could you do that today. In no world. I am about to buy my first home. The end of this month will be closing. If I had kept working full-time, making okay tips, I would never have been able to afford that, because I wouldn't have been able to get out from under the debt that was keeping me from making an offer on a condo. I wouldn't make enough money. The only way I'm able to do that is by having a successful job like this that has bumped me up an entire income bracket. Not a big one, but enough. It's so... The deeply depressing part is how all of this ties into the fucking election, because, again, best case scenario, we get Kamala. Okay, what then? What are the grander plans to put forward legislation on fucking AI? Like that is the shit that is going to fucking overthrow society. Because how long has AI been around? Like 3 years? And we already have stuff that is hard to tell if it's real or AI. Give it 3 more years. You won't be able to tell the fucking difference. You won't. What will that do to news? Like consider for a moment, we already have people who will believe fake AI images. Like Facebook boomers and all that shit. And you already have an entire class, not every Zoomer, but a lot of Gen Z and under kids who are coming up on places like TikTok where they're just being inundated with fake information all day that they're fucking believing in bite-sized little 2-minute increments. When you throw completely fabricated realities, believable fabricated realities into that mix, what is that going to fucking do to people's heads? Your local community college has an AI art course. Like, I can't say what I think should happen to people who are developing AI. I will be banned. And I truly do believe that. I truly do believe that. The people who are profiting from and crafting and grifting through the AI space and propping it up and creating it are some of the most evil, soulless, reprehensible cretins on the face of the planet, because they know the catastrophic effects AI will have on every creative industry, on independent creators, on news, finance, the economy, on climate change, on energy production. They know it. And they don't give a flying fuck, because they have spent a decade plus now being told that they're daring innovators and rogue mavericks, and they're, you gotta sacrifice to, like, fuck all this bullshit. You don't think Kamala will bring change? No. Why? Spaceboy, I hope it crashes and burns like NFT. It won't. It won't. If AI was going to crash and burn like NFTs, it would have done so already. The only thing that will prevent AI from growing so far outside of being controlled, which it's most likely already there. Like, if you have a little bit of money, you can probably just create your own AI startup at this point, because there are so many different codes and like development methodologies out there at this point. At the very least, Kamala will prevent Trump from perma-fucking our country. But Big Man Mueller, that's what I'm saying, is, will she? No. Like, Kamala is a Band-Aid on a bullet hole. The insane people who Trump has riled for the last couple years are still going to be fucking insane. Cat, what? Oh, I have to give my cat wet food. All right, I'll be right back. I hope you could all hear that. Clearly, humanity hasn't listened to Terminator. Fucking James Cameron just came out in support of a new AI initiative. Like, anybody who uses AI forever is creatively dead to me. Like, you are reprehensible. You have lost contact with the creative spirit of humanity. One of the few things that we still can claim make us better than animals is our will, our drive to create things, to make new things, to put our visions into the world to affect others. And you are pissing that away. I know, sorry, I'm fucking doom posting tonight. I apologize, guy. Guy. Yeah, and so I'm just waiting for these billionaires to come out and say we made AI green, so no more hurting the planet. No, because AI is worse than they said. Like, by a vast... Training AI models consume energy, essentially... Rapidly becoming mission critical. Demand to surge by 550% by 2026. As use of AI soars, so does the energy and water. Like, and this is fucking, like, the shit this is being consumed for. This is not like Skynet coming online even. Like, this isn't like we are giving birth to our grand creation of something that actually thinks and feels and actual artificial intelligence like you fucking watch in movies. This is for goddamn Facebook memes of cats in hot dog costumes. Like, this is for fucking lonely grognards to fake porn of a girl that won't talk to them in high school. Like, this is fucking the most capitalistic base urges, not based, base urges, just made manifest at humanity's fingertips. It is a Faustian bargain, a ultimate monkey's paw of, like, you get to have a JPEG of anything you can imagine, and the monkey's paw is that it fucking super cooks the planet, and nobody is hesitating. And it's like, and how do you can sit here and talk about all the problems in America and all the problems that unite us in our issues. But how do you look at society like that? How do you fix that? How do you convince billions of people, like especially in America, where we have been so placated by capital and by consumption as a culture? Like, remember, I talked about it a little while ago, but the idea that, like, in America, what was it? It was somebody on Twitter at some point was talking about how, like, they'd never seen a country like hold on to advertisements as something sacrosanct like America. Like, they'd never seen people treat advertisements as something to be, like, celebrated like in America. And I remember responding to them like, that's because in America, advertisements are culture. Like capitalism itself is culture. And you see that reflected on both sides of the political aisle, more so on conservatives, where they see consumption as activism, which is something you do see on the left. You do see liberals doing that shit all the fucking time. Like, that's where rainbow capitalism comes from. Conservatives are a lot more beholden to it, I feel, overall. But, like, you see that shit on both sides of the aisle. But it's like it is inundated in you from a young age, from literally childhood. You are sold things. Like think about for a moment how sickening it is as a child to be sold toys for cartoons with food. Like, and we now, you know, we all grew up in the 80s or 90s. I grew up in the 90s, 80s, 90s, 2000s. I grew up in the 90s and 2000s. The Happy Meal, the big kids meal, like all those toys, that shit is normalized. But try and deconstruct for a moment what links that creates in your brain between food, sustenance, the things that you eat all the time, toys, commercialism, the things that you find fun and entertaining, and cartoons, entertainment, TV, the things that are constantly being marketed and sold to you and tested on you. And from the ages of, like, from literally the fucking cradle, man, that shit is piped into your brain like Clockwork Orange. Cute cotton candy cat. I'm in a server with a lot of trans people and somebody sent one of your Twitter booby photos. I don't think I've ever posted a booby photo on Twitter, unless it's from like an old account. How do you normalize for a society that's absolutely falling apart? I have no fucking idea. Without, and like, this is the doom scrolly part, is that, like, really, how do you look at a society that is like that idea of what I just said with the like Happy Meal toys, right? That's one fucking example of the billions of ways from cradle to grave in American society in particular, but in just all of modern capital across the world, we are inundated. Dare I even say infected with ideas of consumption, that you need these things, right? And that extends to even social media. I'm a victim of it. I can't fucking put down Twitter. I've tried. And part of it is I feel like these things have been engineered, whether consciously or subconsciously. You can say it's consciously that there's, you know, a grand conspiracy to get, like, this is where a lot of, like, anti-Jewish conspiracies come from, is the idea of these puppet overlords, like, trying to get you, you know, you see the fucking memes with somebody, like, chained to their phone or something, when in reality, it's just rich assholes taking advantage of the dopamine hits that we all want, right? And just can't fucking get enough of. And like, I don't think, like, how do you fix a society like that? Is you really can't without atomizing it, without separating from, unfortunately, a lot of other fucking people. Like, through force or pacifism, either way, there are so many people out there who are dedicated, not through like sheer ignorance. There are people out there who understand what's going to happen to the planet, what is happening to the planet. They understand what they are doing to society. They simply don't give a fuck. Like, this is what we've known from oil companies since the fucking 70s. They make money from it, so they don't give a fuck. Those fuckers aren't going to be around to see all the children cooking in the fucking heat in 10, 15 years when you can't go outside in the goddamn summer. But you can stay inside and you can share your fucking fake memes and nobody's going to know what's real anymore. And I bet Facebook and Twitter stocks will be up. Because that's all anybody's going to get their news from. It's fucking fake ass images. Not giving a fuck really is the source of all suffering, isn't it? Yeah. Not caring about your fellow person is how we fucking got here. Like, both conservative, Democrat, liberal, whatever the fuck. The second somebody turns a blind eye to the suffering of others, which is, by the way, nearly a uniform demand of American politics. People want to talk about how, AOC, she betrayed this, or Bernie is turned against this. It's like, that is the American political establishment. It is meant to strip that humanity, that care for the other person, completely away from you. Strip you to the bone until nothing that's left is a husk that lobbyists and all these other people can pour their fucking special interests and donation groups and shit into. That is how the political establishment has been engineered. Yeah, Angry Goose. Sadistic evil is eye-catching, but pretty rare. Most evil is banal. Yeah. Like all the shit that Trump did, it wasn't just Trump. Trump was a figurehead for it. But Obama laid the groundwork for all those drone strikes, for the immigration policies. The Democrats in Congress and the Senate didn't do nearly as much as they could have. Joe Biden didn't do nearly as much as he could have to reverse those policies. Did they do some stuff? Yeah, sure. But again, it's a Band-Aid on a fucking bullet wound. The problem is not just, it's a multifaceted problem, right? Because it's not just the sheer complacency of the Democratic Party establishment and the Conservative Party establishment, where they are so insulated from the problems of regular Americans. It's like fucking Kristen Sinema, who, is the living embodiment of that one fucking Arrested Development meme where it's like, it's a banana, how much can it cost? Like, fucking Kirsten Sinema. It's like they are so insulated from the problems of average Americans in every way. Because we have shit like lifetime appointments. We have shit like people who just don't have to, we have an entire pipeline in this country of people who can go from being politicians to being fucking news talking hosts. People who, once they reach the age of 40, because they've gone to every Ivy League school, they just basically can walk into a fucking political establishment and get an elected office and they're set for life. Like, we are not anywhere near, this is part of why this adherence to like the vision of the founding fathers is so ridiculous because we are nowhere near the same social strata we were 250, 300 years ago. Where you had people who were large landowners, who were slave owners, who were successful businessmen, but the proximity of those people to the regular farmer was much fucking closer than the proximity of people like J.D. Vance to even an average small business owner. And by small business, I do mean small business. I mean like somebody who owns one store, right? Like the gulf necessary, and it's just like politics, to have a successful big business, to be a venture capitalist, all this stuff requires you to be successful, requires you to compromise any humanity and any moral values that you may have. So how can you trust anybody on either side of the fucking aisle when you know that to be successful in politics, you have to be morally compromised in most areas? I would say that there are certainly politicians who are less morally compromised than others. To be successful in business, oh, dude, you gotta fucking be so morally bereft. Like, dude, if we have learned one thing from watching these like quote unquote superstar personalities emerge from billionaire spaces, like fucking Zuckerberg and the Amazon Lex Luthor motherfucker, and I mean Elon Musk, obviously, and Donald fucking Trump. How many of these motherfuckers go back to Epstein? How many of these motherfuckers go back to Alan Dershowitz? How many of these motherfuckers partied with Diddy? How many of these motherfuckers knew Harry Weinstein? Like, the list of their accolades, being a very strong term here. But, like, we know these things. We know that there are evil people out there who, through either sheer negligence, but mostly through compromised morality, like there is a level of wealth. And again, this affects politicians and business people, but there's a level of wealth that you reach that, like, you might get caught for something, like Epstein, Cosby, whoever. But pretty much everybody knows that you can buy your way out of shit. You can buy people's silence. That's the way capitalism is engineered. You have all the things that somebody else wants. You can just give it to them and take whatever you want in exchange. So how do you fix a system that is predicated at a core level? It is built around our most carnal, basic desires as people, as humanity. Like the sin of greed in a greater, not just Christian context, but in a wider cultural context, is one of the oldest vices in humanity. All the fucking way back. Jealousy and greed in the oldest stories of Christianity, Judaism, stories that predate even those religions. Nienzo, it's just really hard to try to cheer people on only for their pessimism and realistic attitude to rain on your parade. I know. I'm sorry. I usually, like you all know, I usually don't get super cynical. Silent A, well, I still have some faith in humanity, so I believe educating people better about the ubiquitous emotional manipulation can help them make better decisions in the future. Yeah. I still agree with all that stuff. Like, don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. Like, I will always side with trying. That's what I do. At this point, I have essentially dedicated my life, my channel, to trying to educate and illuminate and like bring people knowledge that they can at least either, if not believe me, seek out for themselves. That is what I try to do. So don't get it twisted with me being incredibly like cynical and doomer tonight, but at the same time, like, I think this debate just put into such stark contrast like how similar this shit still is. As much as Donald Trump is an outlier for how vicious his rhetoric is, at the end of the day, like, seeing a debate between these two diametrically opposed forces that we are being told, you know, and we are, don't get it twisted, we are being told that, you know, which happens every election, that the fate of the country, the soul of the nation is on the ballot and all that bullshit, which is true. It is true. But when you peel back the layer of vitriol and party politics, you have people like Walz and Vance, who, Walz, far preferable to Vance. But at the end of the day, the amount of times that they both went, yeah, well, we can agree on this, and we know what needs to be done here, and we think Israel has a right to defend themselves, and we need to expand proxies in Israel, and, like, liberalism is not going to fix any of this shit. So then, what are we prepared to do for the next 4 years? What are we prepared to do after that? If shit shit will keep getting worse in a larger context. Not just the economy, but of course things like the climate will have a knock-on effect on the fucking economy. Like, what happens when a fault line fucking swallows up an oil rig? Or fucking hurricanes destroy a major port? Like, the economy is going to take a hit. Whoever's president is going to look bad. It'll switch sides to another team. What are we going to do then? Infinable, thank you for following. Big Man Moeller, thank you for following. I've been thinking about this shit. I mean, this is shit. If you couldn't tell, this is stuff I think about all the time. It's would starting a new government be bad in any way? Or, I mean, like, how do you do that? You know, like say you were, like, okay, look at, okay, again, another thing that is just not as easy as it once was, right? And not saying that it was easy hundreds of years ago, but if you set out, okay, say, for example, right? Now, hey, let's just say, for the sake of argument, thank you very much, Spaceboy, for the 1,000 biddies, and good night to you too. If you were to set out with, say, okay, let's say you got a small size of a city together, right? Like 150, 200,000 people, right? Enough to actually create a small but workable economy, right? And you find a good space to do it in. Actually, around here, up in Washington, Idaho, up by Canada, really good area to do it because we have a diversity of ecology. We have great farmland. You can create imports and export systems. Like there's multiple, like, it's not like in California where there's kind of like 1.5 seasons year round. There are 4 fucking full ass seasons here. If you were to try to do that, I want you to turn your if you successfully got the funding, the wherewithal, the space, the people necessary to do that and sustain that. If you are anywhere close to the jurisdiction of America and you try to create a more egalitarian, free society, a place that would allow free medical care and housing, a place that would prioritize education and development of medical and technology studies, dude, you would not live a month. The CIA has your number. Like, egalitarian. Like there is nothing short of a complete, like, unfortunately, and I really don't like saying this because it's very, like, it's scary to think about. It's nightmarish, but there's nothing short of a societal collapse that will stop American hegemony from crushing anything that could resemble actual independence. There's just not. You cannot. If there is one thing the American government, the intelligence complex understands, is that you cannot let any kind of seed grow that could ever possibly overshadow Americans' concept of freedom. Because as much as America loves to talk about the ideas of freedom and how free we are, every single fucking crisis that they talked about on the debate stage, every single one, is not representative of the freedoms we have, from the border crisis to the school shooting crisis to healthcare. These are all representative of the prices that we are forced to pay. Through no fault of our own. I wonder if maybe just a spiteful, cruel bunch of evil apes. No. The solution is tax evasion. I mean, ask Wesley Snipes. We have to build stronger local communities. I agree with that. Marginalized, self-reliant, defensive-based, intersectional communities that can trade, care for, provide help and support to ourselves. It takes time and it can be a long time, but it's possible. It is possible. It is possible. Like, I think, like, communes are, all of this shit I've taken into consideration, I think communes are probably one of the best ways that you personally, in the confines of America, can live in a productive group, right? But even then, you know, people are fallible. That is not without its risks. But at what point are you just also, to play devil's advocate, at what point are you just shutting down the world outside and huddling together? Dustin the Damned has resubscribed for 12 months in a row, 6 months in a row for 12 total. I missed the debate entirely. Who won? Nobody. Whoever won, we lost. Yeah, I'm like blackpilling myself on the debate now. As I've talked more about these institutions, I've just been like, man, motherfucker. So what is the solution? Like, what type of ism? Sorry, don't know what to call it. I'm a bit dumb. I mean, some people are going to say anarchism. Some people are going to say socialism. Some people are going to say communism. I think, like, nobody has come up with a perfect system, right? Like, as many people out there, tankies and all these other people want to be like, no, we just got to do this, and we just got to do this, and this wasn't done properly the first time. It's like, the truth is that no system has been perfect, because if a system had been perfect, it would have survived. It would have survived anything that came at it, unfortunately. And that's not to say that longevity is linked to how perfect a system is, because, like, obviously, like, look at fucking America. And I would say that you can't really consider America to have that kind of longevity because of how everything about our culture and country and infrastructure has been crumbling for like 50 years. But I would say, like, again, erring on the side of leftism is probably the best choice. I think a lot of people, you know, you go back to the teachings, the writings of Marx and Engels and other people like that. Who am I thinking of in the it's not Trotskyist, not Leninist, not Stalinist. Another problem with talking about communism is that everything is so fucking atomized in that direction. Who the fuck was it? Was it Trotskyist? I don't remember. But no, there are like types of communism and ideas of communism and socialism. Like, the reason why people still hold to those is because we understand in a modern context. Maybe it was. I don't think it was Kropotkin. That doesn't sound. Maybe it was. I don't remember. All those Russian names blend together for me. Like, in a modern context, we all understand that, like, the keys, like everything I've said, the keys to figuring out our issues stem from not giving a fuck about one another. So if we can create a system that does care about the average person, that does try and care for everybody, at least fucking tries, which, like, capitalism makes no fucking effort to do whatsoever, then that's the key. And I think a lot of people try and latch on to these movements and stuff, but, you know, like, the ideas behind communism, and while Marx, a lot of what Marx says has fucking panned out, as many people want to be like, oh, cultural Marxism, and talk shit about how, like, communism's never been successful. It's like, a lot of the core founding observations of Marx and Engels during the Industrial Revolution, during their time studying fucking factory workers in London, we still see that shit today. Go read Das Kapital. Like, straight up, go read it and tell me that shit doesn't still fucking ring true. That you can't still see the shadows of the fucking tannery workers who lived in pitch black murk, who's lived in streets filled with shit and piss and dead carcasses, that you can't still see that with people today, working their lives away, barely able to fucking make rent, with bodies starting to line the streets from overdose victims. Like, that being said, it was still, a lot of the solutions proposed are from over 100 years ago. So how it becomes less about, like, okay, we need to, you know, like, hold fast to what Stalin or Lenin or whoever said, because that was a different world they lived in. A different world run by different people, where we didn't have the fucking internet. We didn't have 90% of the media and the media apparatus that we have today. So I think it's less about, like, finding the right ism to ascribe to than finding the right ideas that those isms were right about and finding a solution from there. Take Buddhism and put it into an ism kind of thing. Is that Taoism? That's not Taoism. And I'm by the way, I'm not saying I'm a Stalinist or that Stalinism is good, by the way. I am not a tanky. It's the same. I'm also not a Maoist. Like, Are you yeah, I think you might be reinventing secular humanism. Buddhism is already a thing. Yeah, Buddhism is also like more of a philosophy. It's not really like it doesn't really apply to government much. Totally think of your $2 systems cannot care about people, only people can. Yeah. Like I think that's the, you know, that's the straight dope, is that like if you want to start at any level to try and fix something, the thing you can do is to care about your fellow person and try to care about your fellow person. I don't know, GC, being an intelligent and curious person means having ideas. Ideology is when ideas have you. Damn, that's deep. I like that, though. I think that is a pretty succinct way to look at it. Misanthropic. Stalin, Lenin, and Mao failed because they never reached the final stage if we're using Marxist theory. I mean, like, I would say that there are plenty of reasons that they failed before that point. Like, it's more complicated than just like, oh, they killed millions of people with their policies. But, like, that was a pretty fucking big failing. Eastern religions are a lot more fluid than Western ones. People will bounce between aspects of Buddhism, Taoism, Hinduism, and local tradition without ever being heretics or apostates. God, that sounds... Wouldn't that be nice? Yeah, Aaron and Sari, I mean, they're basically just fascists, often literally calling themselves national socialists for the PR. It's fucking not just tankies, but the like brown shirts and shit. Yeah, they were humans that fucked up. I mean, systems are fallible because humans are fallible. Because people can be corrupted, because people want power, because people don't want dissidents. And like like, say what you want, but are we gonna get and I can say that, you know, it is a moral failing of a system that millions of people would die in poverty, right? Who's doing horseshoe discourse? For tankies? Yeah, Silver Dragoness. I don't know, y'all. I wish I could be more helpful. I am Everybody on the timeline talking about Locktober, am I right? Come on, y'all. Communist ethno. Hero 001. What's Locktober? Wish you were cool enough to know. You're not in the club. Go back to the club. Back to being a nerd. Paper cut. I searched it, and why did you say that? You literally have PP in your username. Why are you surprised? Lockerino, Clepperino. Need a partner to celebrate this new Locktober is Marxist action. I don't know that. Is it Lent this month? Locktober is not Lent. Locktober is not, unless you're giving up chastity for Lent. You're not a ghost. Thank you for subscribing. Locktober is absolutely Lent. I don't think you understand Lent. Realizing billionaires are all gonna fucking die, and I'm gonna laugh no matter what. Yeah, I take faint solace in the idea that one day I'm going to fucking outlive most of these motherfuckers. I will outlive, if only on spite, Donald Trump, Martin Shkreli, Elon Musk, Matt Walsh. Oh, hell yeah. No, see, Elon would never do anything. Elon needs a lot more ketamine before he blasts off into space, because he's a giant pussy and wouldn't do anything like he wouldn't even do the Titan submersible. God, we should be so lucky. Spite is an excellent motivator. Okay, let's play some video games. I can do Shin Megami Tensei 5. I've got a code for Mortal Kombat, the new Chaos expansion. And what other games I got? I got a ton of games. Let me just switch over real quick. Well, I've played a ton of SMT5. I keep doing my Baldur's Gate run, my Dark Urge run. Oh, Dementium the Ward. I forgot they brought out Dementium the Ward. I wonder if they brought out Dementium the Ward 2 yet. Dementium 2. I'm actually going to check if they did Dementium 2. I also, honest to God, have not played Elden Ring since the stream that I played on. Like, I apologize for that. Boo. Boo. I have no idea what cosmopolitanism is referring to. keep playing Gory. Gory was cool. I should play more Gory. Play more, like, I need to finish Like a Dragon before fucking the pirate one comes out. SMT5. I have Deathwing. Play more Outlaws. I played Outlaws for a bit. How much did I play? 16 hours? I don't think it was 16 hours. It was closer to probably like 10. Let me see if there's an update for it. Is there not an update? Okay. Well. Okay. If you say so. Jane, y'all, thank you very much. Favorite Magic color combo? Black, white. Favorite Monkey Tower and Bloons Tower Defense? I've never played Bloons, but thank you, Guillermo Perez, for $5. Cosmopolitanism is just a word for Jew, and you don't want to admit you're talking about the Jews. Probably why I don't know it. Or I could do, what games do I have on Xbox? I have Halo. I've got... I don't know, y'all. I've been having a very hard time finding any kind of, just will to keep going. No, I've been having a hard time finding a will to play, like, video games lately. Like, just almost nothing has been getting my attention. Even games that I'm like, oh, this should be great for me, like Crow Country, bounce the fuck off it. Death Stranding, bounce the fuck off it. Fatal Frame, bounce the fuck off it. I think I might be getting a little burnt out, y'all. Who's to say? Can I do other things like an art stream? I'm not much, like, I'm an okay artist, but I'm not like a great artist. Gotta know about an art stream. Gaming detox. I mean, like, I barely play games as it is anymore. I used to, I mean, like, look, I have a shit ton of games. It's not that I don't like games. I just barely, like, engage with them the way I used to, which is a fucking bummer. Play Wario Land 4 for the PC. Like a, Wario Land 4 was Game Boy Color, right? Game Boy... Yeah, because Wario... Yeah, it was, I'm pretty sure it was a... UI change in console with patch 7 is fucking me up. What UI change? I guess I'm gonna take a look at what UI change you're talking about. Nope, not what I wanted. Yep, also not what I wanted. How the fuck did I get this to go? Speakers. Nope. Okay, it's hardware input. And I do want it to output. Oh, that's why. Okay, never mind. I got it. Ugh. Here's a hug, chat. Thank you for the hug. Mixed up the mechanics for D&D. Well, now I'm curious what the UI changes could possibly be. Alright, we're gonna... while we're playing games and such... There we go. While I'm playing games, let's go watch some videos, huh? While we're vibing. The Megyn Kelly Show. Oh boy. Origins of the Nephilim with not Matt Walsh. That seems like dangerous waters. Vampires Before Dracula. Okay. What a bizarre... Alright, I'm gonna hit the Trump prophet. Why not? Okay. Why would you do this to me?
And there's a moment of quick confrontation coming where
Hey, Aries Wolf.
It's going to require that things go back fully, visibly in the order that the Lord has said. And that is President Trump will be there. Again, he is. We'll find out. He's been ruling and reigning and accomplishing things that he could not accomplish, even if he was in the full role of standing in the presidential seat because of the attacks he would be getting. It's really saving him. There's a kind of a strategic wisdom to do all you can while they have to shoot at somebody else.
This is Robin Bullock. He's a Trump pastor. He prophesies on Trump's behalf all the time. And oh my God, he fails more often than not. Honestly, has he ever gotten a prophecy right? It's so entertaining to watch him fail, just fall flat on his face with these prophecies. Check this out. He's had some new prophecies about like the 2024 election.
For the battle is the Lord's.
Oh, he's got a staff.
He will give you into our hands.
That's crazy.
You spirit of hell, driving the Democrat Party, we order you helpless and non-victorious. We will, by the help of Almighty God, we will win this election, that all the earth may know that there is a living God.
Okay, and what happens when Republicans don't win the election? This dude has prophesied about every election, at least since 2020. That's how long I've been watching him. The 2020 election, the 2022 election, and now the 2024 election. The previous ones, he said, Republicans were most definitely for sure going to win. God told him that they were going to win. And now he's just declaring that they aren't going to win, I guess, that Democrats are evil and they're going to lose. I just love watching this guy fail miserably. After he got his 2020 election prophecy wrong, unequivocally, people start laughing at him over it, naturally. Nice. And he comes out here and tries to get Trump to do something psychotic. Listen to this. This one is, by the way, this is from mid-October 2021.
There is someone who is a politician but never was a politician and is not now.
Talking about Trump.
He's the only rightful president of the United States of America for right this moment.
So he claimed that Trump was the rightful president, and that
I have never seen somebody's face not match the voice. Like, what I expect him to sound like is not that. That's crazy.
God ordained him to be president.
Every time I look at it,
he's anointed and all that.
His name is Donald J. Trump, and he's the only president anointed by heaven that the prophets spoke over.
God, I love it. He wasn't even there to speak over Trump. What's he talking about?
Rise up, Mr. President. Hew the ox in half.
The hell does that mean?
Send the pieces out to the people.
Pieces of ox? Do we even have ox in America?
They're calling out and saying they're going to gouge out our right eyes. We're about to have to make a covenant with a snake.
Who's saying this?
He legit sounds like fucking, what's the old fucking preacher's name?
You're a giant of a man.
God, this kind of thing where he's like very obviously like portraying Trump in a way that he absolutely is not. Like he's just this big, strong, intelligent guy rather than a clown that wears clown makeup. It just like makes me want to vomit when I hear him say this.
Rise up with your blade. Listen to the prophets. And rise up and hew the oxen in half.
Again, I don't know what that means.
And tell them before the sun is hot, you will have deliverance.
I don't know what that means either. What before the sun is hot? Isn't the sun always hot? What?
Will have deliverance.
Okay. I don't know. I don't know what that means. I'll tell you how it's interpreted, though. Is interpreted as him
Did Telltale Atheist call out your work on... Oh, this is Telltale Atheist. Call out, you mean shout out? Yes, I believe he did shout out. A little bit, not much. My work on the Andersons.
Prophesying that Donald Trump was going to use force to enter into the White House and take control of it. Just walk in, sit down at the Resolute desk, and God will supernaturally push things out of the way, quote unquote. He even did this hand motion when he said it. Just an absurd human being. Listen to this. He had some weird obsession with Obama,
Copeland,
too.
That's what I'm thinking about.
This is from late August 2024.
God, like just that
he
really
was actually
old-timey
president for these 2 terms.
I'm sorry. His name
Donald
is
Trump
Bullock?
was. That was his claim.
His name is Bullock? Like Bullocks? I guess that's with an O.
I don't know if I can believe that. What, do you believe Obama's calling the shots from a basement during Biden's term?
Well, was Biden president or was Trump president? There's a real answer to that. I'll give it to you in a second.
You know he was. Everybody knows he was. When you hear the press people in the White House say, I meet with President Biden every day.
Yeah, they do those.
Okay, I don't remember that, but is it really that surprising that, like, did one of them work with Obama or whatever? Are they implying that Obama is pulling the strings behind the scenes secretly?
Yeah,
like,
thus far.
Got an earpiece in Joe Biden's ear, and Obama's
just
happens, like telling Joe what to say or whatever? You think I'm being hyperbolic, but I'm not. That's really what they believe.
Every day.
Yeah, they do those Freudian slips.
Yeah, both of them did it.
Yeah.
Both of them did it.
I don't know what he's talking about.
And and remember Obama said before, he said, if I could sit in the basement with an earpiece in somebody's ear, I would be up for that.
Told you. I don't even know what he's talking about. Is this real? Is just making this up?
Well, and they call this Obama's
I guess
third
you're
term.
right, Draxus.
Who is
Storm
they?
Scale.
Who calls this Obama's third term? What are you talking about?
So if you believe he did that from behind the scenes, well, how?
But I don't.
From behind the scenes, well, how? Why is it so hard for you to believe Trump's been president this whole time?
Oh my God, dude, so painfully stupid. All right, so let me explain this whole Trump is president and Biden is president simultaneously thing. I'm sorry, Trump is president and Obama is president. My mistake. There's a whole conspiracy theory. I talked about this recently on one of my channels, but just to kind of summarize, it's a QAnon conspiracy, and it goes like this. After the Civil War ended and the Union was reabsorbing the Confederacy, when they reformed into the U.S. government again, they actually formed into the Corporation of the United States,
okay,
not the United States government.
Bullshit.
It's false. Like, they're just making this up. Anyway, that means that every president that's existed since 1865, since the war ended, has actually been the president of the Corporation of the United States, not the government of the U.S. And every constitutional amendment and everything, every law passed has all been illegitimate since then, because we haven't had a president. So we've had 17 presidents or something, whatever it was. Lincoln was like the last one. Anyway, or maybe Ulysses S. Grant. I'm not sure what they believe about it now. Anyway, in the 1920s, there was a constitutional amendment, I believe, to change Inauguration Day from March 4th to January 20th. And since that was invalidated in their QAnon brains, that means that Inauguration Day is actually March 4th. Now, Robin Bullock and a bunch of these other prophets of God, quote-unquote, released videos, like, on March 1st, leading up to March 4th, and believing that Trump is going to be secretly inaugurated in a bunker by, like, the white hat military or whatever, who's working for the whatever QAnon nonsense is rattling around in their brains. But we have that video from early March, right before March 4th rolls around, when he's telling Donald Trump what's going to happen next.
The stage is set. Everything is set. But you're going to have to pray for the rightful president, whether he wants to walk back into this or not.
So March 4th rolls around. Robin Bullock is saying Donald Trump needs to walk into the White House and sit down at the Resolute desk, and everything will just work.
You must pray that he wants to do it, because God won't make him do anything.
There you go. There's his explanation for why Donald Trump isn't in public power right now. Because Donald Trump doesn't want to be the president. God won't force anything on you. Come on.
UI changes in that one, honestly.
Is it his will?
Or at least
yes.
I'm not noticing them.
Is he the president? Yes. That's why he could just walk right back in. And God will supernaturally move things out of the way.
There you go.
But you need to pray for encouragement. Nobody was beat on like that, like our president.
Nobody?
For 4 years. Nobody.
I mean, I can think of a couple people, you know, in Nazi Germany that maybe were beat up on worse than Trump. But okay, all right. Nobody, I suppose.
David could have.
Let's see. I don't know, DC. You don't know how I can play games and do stuff? It's pretty much everything is just reacting to the fucking debate. Ugh. I don't even know what I want to watch. Like... Oh, listen to that garbage. I mean, that's honestly, you're getting an inside look at how I do 90% of my research. Like when I'm watching, you know, Matt Walsh videos or Synthetic Man or whoever I'm doing a big research piece on, or if I need to watch fucking Nazi videos or anything, I do it with something I can be like kind of distracted by, so it at least it eases up on that part that a part of my brain that gets annoyed very easily. I don't know. watch anything discussing the debate. I kind of don't want to. Like, there's not even much to really talk about. Like, what are we gonna talk about, you know? Tara Mooney. I don't know why I subscribe to some of these. I think the best I can do is Boltaro. Boltaro. Why did I say Boltaro? I don't know, y'all. What do you got? Like, do you have anything for me? What fun things are y'all watching? SCP videos? I don't really fuck with SCP stuff. I wish I could fucking see the coming down off COVID. I'm just fucking dumb right now. It's okay. I don't. I've been watching all of the like anti-Steven Anderson sermons, as you can see by all the fucking progress bars. I don't want to fucking talk about that shit anymore. Not that I won't keep talking about it in the future at some point, but like I said my piece on Sunday, and I'm really done talking and thinking about it for now. I spent all weekend keeping up and listening to other pastors call me various slurs, which is like, it was so the most surreal part of it, and I'm not going to go through it all, but the most surreal part of it was seeing a bunch of pastors talk shit about Steven Anderson for not being doctrinal and not being a good Christian, and then they would just turn around and use slurs for me, and it was like, what? Come on, dude! Like, you guys are so close to getting it. Ooh, I know what we can do. Actually, I guess maybe that isn't this week. Am I a member of the Satanic Temple? No. Lamlot, I made a whole video exposing the Satanic Temple. Makeup hang when? Maybe sometime soon. I had a post kind of blow up today on like just makeup tips that I was giving, so maybe I'll talk more about that soon. Okay, well, I guess there was a fucking Trump like MAGA fashion show. Let me look up MAGA fashion show. Okay, there we go. Yep, that is Long Island. We can watch some of those.
Who is this Donald Trump, the greatest man ever? What's going on, little guy?
That is a lot. That's a lot. That's a lot already. All right, let's rank these fits, shall we? 1. Long Island. Of course it's fucking Long Island. This fit? I don't know if legally you can call it fashion when you have a garbage bag that you just put Trump's name on the front of. And then you have this. What is even it like you? It's tied in the middle, and it doesn't like there's enough give to put it as like a wrap. So you kind of have to hold it behind you and flare out the back, which, by the way, is just a print. Is just a print of that fucking meme image now. That's crazy. That's crazy.
What's going on, Long Island?
Oh no.
It sounds good, but it's not me.
Oh no. Oh, mamma mia. That's fucking rough. Oh my god, that's Trump's face on her stomach. That just looks like America first. Healthy event to showcase. Oh man. To nearly 100 attendees. Nearly 100. Almost 100 is fucking crazy work. Almost 100 is insane work. I'm sorry, I just accidentally I keep I'm sorry. Can we take that back? Crime against nature, crime against fashion, why not both? It's not a dress. It's just like fake money stapled together, hanging off of a belt and a bra.
Everybody thinks we're a bunch of just like hard-ass conservative Trump, and it's all about, you know, what we do here with make America great. This is creative. This is art.
You know what? I'm glad you think so. Everybody needs a hobby, I guess. It's creative. It's art.
See, we could be creative.
We can be is that the vote is. Oh no, it's just printed on it. We can be created. We can be creative, and it's just like basic font and printed stuff on like a thrifted homecoming dress. No, Angry Goose, you're right. This is an expression of the human soul.
Keep it moving away from me. Keep it moving now, now near me. Keep moving, moving out the door now. Keep it moving now, can't you see?
I sorry I keep pausing, but it oh, we're almost done.
Keep it moving away from me.
Some aren't too bad. Stop it. No, they are. Okay, the recount has another one. Oh, there's more. That wasn't all of it. Somehow
You're wearing a pink blazer, sparkles. There were men in feathers. There were men in like glittery
I don't get the feathers, but also it's very like that is not a good fit for him. It seems like they just took pre-existing things and put like Michael's feathers on them.
decals. That's not typically how you.
Why? Like, that's not fashion.
You see Republican men in the world, and Republican men tend to have a reputation for not being.
Are they? Is this meant to launder the reputation of Republican men to being fashionable? Is it? If I had to wear one, which would I choose? I would choose to throw myself in a fire.
More comfortable with their expressive side.
Oh,
I probably wouldn't have seen myself in that pink.
Actually, that one that they just showed, that big kind of shoulder pads, that's kind of camp. I'm kind of into that. You could do something with that. Like if you matched it up right with like the right headpiece, if you get something really like kind of avant-garde and big and flowery, like that could be kind of cunty.
Blazer with all the feathers. It is stepping out of your comfort zone and kind of being comfortable with who you are, who you truly are. So it really doesn't matter as far as, what political party you're a part of. You want to be able to express yourself, and expressing yourself with fashion, is a quintessential way of being able to just say, look at world, this is who I am. This is my identity.
The RuPaul quote comes to mind. We're all born.
Is this just a MAGA drag show? Did they just accidentally make MAGA into drag? She's about to say, we're all born naked, but the rest is drag. Like, Hunty. I know she's a drag race
naked and the rest is drag. I'm like, that is what we're doing here. You're wearing a pink.
His expression there was like, that is kind of like what I said, but also I don't want to admit that it's what we're doing is drag. It's like you did rephrase what I said in a way, but also I'm so mad that you're right. That was great.
Blazer, sparkles. There were men in feathers. There were men in
terrible.
Glittery decals.
Those
that's
two
not
are
typically
awful.
how
That
you
one's
see
awful.
Republican men in the
so
world.
That's it.
Republican
Okay.
men.
All right, so MAGA supporters stun at. Yeah. Okay. Let's go. I guess I haven't seen. Yeah, that's kind of it, isn't it? For the. There's not much from that show going around. I kind of wish there was. But let's watch. I am darkly fascinated. I need to see more.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming?
Okay. So, like what are we looking at here? Okay, a couple of days ago, the America First warehouse in Long Island put on a show that they called the America First Patriotic Fashion Showcase. And you know what?
That is a warehouse. The America First warehouse. They held a fashion show in a warehouse in Long Island. Whose cousin Polly did they have to bribe for that space? How many times did people have to say, I know a guy for this situation to come together?
No notes. Okay, here's more. Take a look.
Whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight.
Oh, you know what? Actually, no, hang on. Okay, now we're getting to some good stuff. The signing of the Declaration, this is actually kind of cute. Like, I actually have a... Should I go get it? I'll go get it. I'll be right back. I'm going to go show off a skirt. I'll be right back. So I don't know how many people can actually see it, but I'm going to show it off on here anyway. So I actually have this skirt that you can't really see it, but it's a Renaissance painting. And so I really love this skirt. Hello, dog. It's very cunty, very demure, very mindful. If I see a "Don't Tread on Me" dress. Yeah, so like the reason is that my skirt is more colorful than this one. But I like the ensemble overall. Renaissance print clothing was novel back when I was in high school. It's been a while. I've always liked it. I've always thought it was very cute to blend. I really like blending like classic artwork with modern fashion. Yeah, the color of mine is it's a lot more like shiny.
Fight, or the ramparts we watch.
What the fuck? So no, go back to that. That is. That is just like a denim jacket with a Trump Terminator decal.
Watch were so gallantly streaming.
The sequin jacket and the fucking... Oh, hey, YouTube chat. You guys are here. Hello. This is...
On the rock as red glare.
Okay, aside from Pavarotti here, the idea for this thing, this jacket, yeah, the jacket doesn't fit him. Also, like, I like, and this is just me because I'm a big fucking fan of feather fringe. I'm a huge fan of, like, feather collar, like dresses, feather and fur collar dresses, and like stuff like this could be so cunty. So cunty. What they've done here is like the opposite of cunty. It is like the anti-cunt. It is like, it's a spattering. It's like somebody accidentally dropped the feathers on. I've seen exactly. I've seen people get booted on Project Runway and Drag Race for Better. I've definitely seen people go home from Drag for Better. What the fuck is that? Girl, no. Okay, Laura Ingalls Wilder, go back a second. We'll get to you in a second. Lord in heaven. They gave that poor girl this boxy ass big jacket and like just had her wear a bra underneath it.
Bombs bursting in air.
And then this thing.
Through the night.
Okay, no. You don't. You don't, generally as a rule, you don't put together two different patterns. But if you do, they shouldn't be the same color scheme. Because the eye is going to be drawn to both of them at the same time, but they inevitably clash. Like, and then you put a cowboy hat on it and those shoes.
That our flag was still there, and the whole...
Oh, I love that he's green screened in. That's so cute. That's so cute.
Home of the brave.
And he's flickering in and out.
A storm is tearing up the digital media industry. Only our audience can save us in these difficult times. Help us reach our goal of 100,000 new members.
Yeah, whatever.
Sell some really tacky clothing. I was there and they were selling like a short sleeve fisherman's button down shirt. And it was covered in the U.S. Constitution. Like that was the print on the fabric. And I wondered, I was like, who is buying this? Who is wearing it? And then I saw footage of a man at a Trump rally wearing the exact same shirt. And this feels like that, but with more sequins and feathers. Like, look at that, like crazy. And I'm not one to hate on sequins in general, except for the fact that they're bad for the environment. But wow, you know, what stood out to you in this fashion show? What was your favorite?
My favorite is the woman with just a black dress with a white jacket, and it just says Trump like printed down the front center, like lazy phoning it in. What do I expect out of a place called, what was it, America First Warehouse?
Yes.
Maybe
yes,
not much.
America First Warehouse in Long Island, New York.
Also, the woman on the far right, like her American flag is on the ground. You can't do an American flag dress with a train, you patriotic piece of.
Well, I think first I said the woman on the far right. I'm pretty sure they're all on the far right. But
crap. We got to burn her now. I'm just, America First. We got to burn that lady.
Yeah, I mean,
the Dead Rising controversy? What controversy? What controversy? There's a Dead Rising controversy? What's the controversy? Jake Jakers?
Like
I do not know Jake Jakers.
The fashion.
See, okay, that one, this, I kind of fuck with. Like, I unironically fuck with this one a bit. The rest of them, like this shit, like what is this? Fucking Proud Boy Vogue? Groiper Boutique? Like, this is garbage. Throw this whole man in the trash.
Is crazy. I'm not really a fashion expert at all, but one, I would never wear any of these outfits. I hope that goes without saying. But two, there's grace and subtlety. They don't seem to have got.
Well, so like, the thing is that a lot of fashion shows are showcases of designs. They are not necessarily meant to be worn like in daily wear. The problem here is that they are trying to do like some high concept, bigger stuff like the flower jacket here, but then also like stuff that you could wear and stuff that they're trying to sell. So it's like, it's this weird middle ground where it fluctuates so wildly between just tacky, chintzy garbage. And I mean, most of it's tacky, chintzy garbage, but like tacky, chintzy garbage that's trying to be like for a nice night out. Or just like stuff that's not actually that bad. Like this, how did this flower jacket get in here? It has nothing to do with Trump unless it has like Trump's face on the back or something.
That memo. And yeah, we're looking at this now. Here's a bit of the men's collection. That last guy in the corner, he seems to have gotten his costume from the J6 Rider collection, complete with the flag, but it is unknown if that one was sharpened to a point as well. Brett, it is all in the details, if you had to pick.
Phoenix just got on. What the fuck is happening? 3 words, MAGA fashion show. Wizard
Which
fashion
of these
show?
outfits would you be
Wizard
rocking this
fashion.
fall?
Second.
Yo. Okay, there's got to be, with as many times as they've done like different categories on Drag Race, there has to be like a wizard one, right? Like there has to be like wizard drag. Like that has to be an All-Stars where they had like Emma Watson on or something for the guest judge, or fucking Kiernan Shipka or something, right? Because they usually theme that when they get a cool guest judge.
From the left, obviously, that's actually a pretty awesome, and you could wear it ironically shirt, like jacket. I was like, this guy looks good when he walked down, and he turned around. I'm like, it's kind of a good like image, but this woman with the dress, like
the antebellum era hoop skirt, that's fine.
Yeah, I could get behind that. But like, yeah, it's just, there is no subtlety at all. I love that they, like, if the left did anything like that, they'd absolutely make fun of it.
I know, like Midnight Air, fantasy RPG drag in general, like how have they not done just like that's what they need to do. They need to have like a D&D themed episode of Drag Race. Oh my god. Okay, Rue, call me. D&D where each of the queens get assigned a different class. And that's the drag they have to make. Dude. I would be a great idea. Like, unironically, if my job was just to come up with reality show ideas all day, I would kill it. I'd be so fucking good. Unironically.
but when the right does it, they have a wild double standard. And I like to say that I am on the side of, if it's stupid, make fun of it. And this is definitely stupid. I also think that the woman with the antebellum skirt, like, it says vote on her like boobies. But the thing is, like, they don't want people to vote. That's what's so ironic about it. It's like, vote, but only if you're on our side.
It is kind of funny whenever you hear the Republican side talking about, like, oh, you got to get out and vote. And it's like, really? Is that what you want from people? But it's kind of hard to understand even like where they are as a party anymore, or as a people, just as a voting public, because I feel like their points are all over the place.
D&D too niche for those type of stan gays? Is it? Is it though? Is it? D&D is not that niche anymore. Like 10 years ago, maybe, but D&D has reached such a fever pitch, especially in like the gay scene. The amount of people I know, like the person who introduced me to Drag Race, one of my partners, literally plays D&D every week. Like, she's a huge D&D person. Yeah, and on top of that, like, when you have, like, a cosplay queen is an entire genre of drag queen now. Like, straight up. Like, cosplay queens are right up there with comedy queens and glamour queens. All right, I think that was like the one thing I really wanted to look at. I don't know. Samantha Lux's latest video. Walz stops for pizza in New York City after debate.
We're looking at live images here of Governor Tim Walz and his wife Gwen getting pizza at, I think this is a place on 10th Avenue. I think I know this place. You see Secret Service and other folks around, but there he is paying for the pizza. We think that both the candidates are overnighting in New York before they head back out onto the campaign trail tomorrow. Our friends, it's called Justino's, I'm advised. Our colleague Simone Sanders-Townsend has joined us. Simone, what do you think of the debate?
Well, Rachel, look.
Yeah.
I'm in the Nicole Wallace caucus tonight.
Okay.
Let me just say this, that debates are about performance and they are about policy. And why this debate was very important is that there are many Americans out there, not just moderate Republicans, they're base Democratic voters that are saying they want to and need to hear more. Now, I think it is very fair for people to want to criticize those base Democratic voters and say, well, what more do you need? You can do that, but that is their lived reality. And so if you are trying to win their votes, you have to meet them where they are. There were so many niceties on that debate stage tonight. I am just kind of like, well, if you agree so much with J.D. Vance, why should they vote for you? I fully believe that Governor Walz went out there tonight and did what was practiced in debate prep. Did what the strategy was that the team put together. That was not the Governor Walz that I had seen out on the campaign trail. That's not the Governor Walz that I had seen during the Veep stakes, right? That was not the J.D. Vance that I know to be true. I mean, goodness, J.D. Vance was on that stage. He was sorry about Amber Thurman. He was sorry about he was sorry about a lot lot of stuff. We get things wrong, but do you agree with the policy? And then I just, you know, that's not the Margaret and Nora that I know. Margaret don't do that on Sunday morning. So I just think that I know that there's so many people out there that want normal. They want normalcy. They just.
Oh, we got another one talking about spousal abuse. Well, this is only 5 minutes. I want to see what this says.
They are not in control of this vessel they have, and they think that because they've got some looks, they think because they got some muscles, that all of a sudden makes them some kind of man. But if they can't control themselves, if they can't control their lust, if they're not capable of staying faithful to their wife that God gave them, you know what? That is not what God expects from a man. God understands that we have temptations, that we have desires, but God expects us to control them. You might have the ability to beat somebody up, but that doesn't mean you should go doing it. God expects God expects us men to be able to control our temper. And we do. Sometimes we have some of that manly rage that rises up in us, and we're
so much of the, like, God, so many of these people are so fucking misguided. Like they Man. Ooh, there's a new animations, I think. Let me go check that one out. Be a good finisher. Isn't there? I thought there was a new. Brianna Wu jump scare, yeah. Or maybe I didn't watch this one. Anthony Schuler, you know I love Kaylin Conrad.
What happens if you have another episode like we saw during the debate?
What happened?
Yeah, what happens if you have...
Oh, weird. What the hell just happened there? I don't know. Okay, my headphones just turned off. Okay, weird. Thank you, Van Radis, for super chatting $2.
Another performance on that on that level.
When you get knocked down, Joey, get up. Get up. But I just want to get some folks together to pay tribute to somebody who's not.
This looks like the dream sequences in Fear 2.
For the duration of this amazing journey, but somebody who has devoted his entire professional life to service to this country. The best vice president America's ever had, Mr. Joe Biden.
Gentlemen, thanks so much for being here. Let's begin the debate, and let's start with the issue that voters consistently say is their top concern, the economy.
All of the things he's done, we've become like a third world nation.
Fucking baby
and it's
hands.
a shame. The damage he's done to our country, he wants open borders. He wants our country to either be destroyed or he wants to pick up those people as voters.
President Biden, I want to give you an opportunity to respond.
Never heard so much malarkey in my life. The fact of the matter is that we're in a situation where, let's take the last point first. What I'm going to do is fix the tax system. For example, we have 1,000 trillionaires in America. I mean, billionaires in America. We'd be able to help make sure that all those things we need to do, making sure that we continue to strengthen our healthcare system, making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the COVID. Excuse me, with dealing with everything we have to do with. Look, if
oh God, man,
finally beat Medicare.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump.
He's right. He did beat Medicare. He beat it to death, and he's destroying Medicare. So he's willing to, as we say, rip the baby out of the womb in the 9th month and kill the baby.
So, Joe, I am pleased to award our nation's highest civilian honor, the Presidential Medal of Freedom, with distinction, to my brother, Joseph Robinette Biden, Jr.
President Trump?
I really don't know what he said at the end of those sentences. I don't think he knows what he said either. Look, he gets paid by China. He's a Manchurian candidate. He gets money from China.
My son is not a loser. He's not a sucker. You're a sucker. You're the loser.
I think my plane rides with Jeffrey Epstein, I took 2 plane rides with him.
Oh,
My wife knew his girlfriend, Ghislaine Maxwell, and I ran across
RFK
at parties. I mean, at fundraisers for the Robin Hood fundraiser in New York. And I'm, but other than that, I had no relationship with him.
How do you address concerns about your capability to handle the toughest job in the world relative to your illness?
Look, I wouldn't have picked Vice President Trump to be vice president because I think she was not qualified to be president. So let's start there. Number one. The fact is that
fucking debate, man, was fucking rough. Wow, I forgot about some of this shit.
The idea that
so much has happened since
senators and congressmen running for office.
Hey, everybody. These are my two ravens. They're not actually mine. They're just taming them.
Thank you, President Biden.
And by the way,
President Trump, the question was about what would you do to make child care more affordable if you want to take them in?
Just so you understand, we have polling, we have other things that they rate him the worst because what he's done is so bad. And they rate me, I'll show you, I will show you, and they rate me one of the best, okay? And if I'm given another 4 years, I will be the best. I think I'll be the best.
The fucking modern warfare.
Every question. And let me ask the crowd, what did Trump do? Yes.
For whatever reason, the doctors told me that night, said, why is there so much blood? He said, it's the ears, they bleed more. So we learned something.
Are you a racist? Do you hate Mexicans?
Trying to kill the next president of the United States. Enough was enough. And I said, let Trump-a-mania run wild, brother. Let Trump-a-mania rule again. Let Trump-a-mania make America great again.
Mr. President, I'm indebted to you. I'm indebted to your friendship.
President Biden and I are working around the clock because now is the time to get a hostage deal and a ceasefire deal done. And let me be clear, I will always stand up for Israel's right to defend itself, and I will always ensure Israel has the ability to defend itself. As Commander-in-Chief, I will ensure America always has the strongest, most lethal fighting force in the world. What can be unburdened by what has been.
Yep. If I had one wish for Ammon Animations, it's that I hope his art is the only art that survives whatever impending apocalypse we have. So in 10 billion years, when aliens find our planet, that's all they know of it. Like, that's all they know of society. I think with that, chat, I'm gonna go see if I can't get some food. I was gonna go raid Ryson, but he is not on anymore. So let's go. Who should we raid? Damn, we're almost to 6,000 followers on Twitch. If you're not, please follow. Let's go say hi to. I'm gonna say hi to Limaru. And I hope you all. Yeah, wait for the raid to go through. Everybody say hi. Everybody go be good in chat. Thank you for watching. Thank you for putting up with my doomer hour. Thanks for letting me bounce back. And I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your night.